assist the town in finding the next town administrator. And during the summer, we put an ad out. In August, we had 24 candidates for the position. And we found that about half of them, 11 of them, were worthy of moving forward with the essays. So 3 essays. You have the responses there. One had to do with budget, budget background, budget experience. Another one, conflict management, and then a third on onboarding. How would you want to be onboarded for this position? And so we sent out 11 essay questions. We had basically 4 people drop out or not be qualified, and we had 7. We received 7 responses. Several of them were very poor, very unresponsive to the questions that were asked, and we ended up with 5 candidates. And I was prepared to bring 5 candidates forward. One of them dropped out, found another job, and that's typical now. In this state, there's a number of positions opened across New England, and many people are candidates in multiple locales, so just be aware of that. And some of the folks that you'll be talking to may be candidates in other places, because it's, like I said, it's a hot market for people with experience and want to get into municipal government. So we sent Greg questions for you folks to use. We would recommend that you just you all ask the same basic questions, so you don't deviate. And then typically three rounds, and if you need a 4th round, feel free to ask a question that perhaps comes off the resume, or a question that comes off one of the essays. You may want to drill on a budget question, or this question or that question on their essays. Feel free to do that. That's oftentimes very helpful to learn more about the person. And when if you can deliberate today, fine. If you can deliberate at your next meeting, that's fine too. Our only request is that you not make this go past a week or so, because people are candidates and they are looking. And if something comes up, we've had candidates recently, drop out. They've been interviewing with several places, and the first one that comes up, they're going to take the position. And so that's why we say move through this quickly if you can. And then we will do, as part of the process, a deep dive background check. We have offered a price to you folks for our own investigators to do a very thorough investigation of the person, not only asking references. Of course, we're going to ask references, but we go to neighbors, for instance, or we'll go to jobs years ago, or because our investigators have police backgrounds, we may go to the police chief, or the fire chief, or the DPW director in the communities in which they've worked to get kind of the story behind the story on these individuals. We will also do a credit background, a credit check. So you will get probably a 8 to 10 page narrative on the individual based on the results of the interviews, and then you'll get another, could be 5 to 10 pages depending on their credit history of their credit background, so that you'll know what kind of issues they may have had in the past. And things turn up. Oftentimes, folks may have had problems with businesses that may have started or whatnot. Most of the time, they come out very clean. But we do that so that you have an idea of what their financial history is. And then with that, you can deliberate on that in executive session, of course, and determine whether you want to continue with the individual or go to another candidate. What we suggest is that when you do finally decide on somebody, you make what we call a conditional offer of employment. And I gave Greg the motion. I trust you have that. If not, I have copies here. And it's conditioned on successful negotiation of a contract. That's primary. And then also the results of the background investigation that's acceptable to you folks. You know, we had one instance of community, the background check, the fellow had a bankruptcy. Well, it was explainable. He had started a business with a family member on, I think it was February of 19, and I think the world stopped with COVID like March of 19, if I'm not mistaken. So business didn't go well, and it turned out to be a bankruptcy on his record. So, but some of these financial issues are explainable, but that's where you would have an opportunity to ask the candidate about what issues you may come up with. Happy to answer any questions at this time, but we have 4 candidates, and if you want, I can introduce our first one now. Is that
would be
okay?
fine. That would be great.
All right. So we've set aside about 60 minutes per candidate with a 10-minute break in between. All right?
Great.
All right, so I'll get Ms. Martin now. Hello, folks. I'd like to introduce Tammy Martin. Tammy is the first candidate today. She's currently the town accountant in Warren, Massachusetts. Previously she served in the assessor's office.
Oh, excuse me.
Tammy, while you're getting organized here, I would just like to welcome you not only to our select board meeting, but also to the community of Barre. It's a great little town, nice place to work. Glad that you're taking an opportunity to discuss your candidacy with us. We're going to ask you a little bit about yourself and give you a little time to pass out some stuff here. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess this is your time to tell us a little bit about yourself,
Okay.
specifically your career background, education, and something about you as a person. Understand that we have taken the opportunity to review your credentials that you've provided for us, so we're pretty familiar with the basics, but would love to know a little more about you, and hopefully you can provide us with kind of a picture that will take us to the next step about who is Tammy.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come in here and have the pleasure of interviewing. My name is Tammy. I have a lot of background. My current position right now is a town accountant. With that being said, municipality, I've been in this municipality for 5 years. Started off in the assessor's office and moved up. Before that, I was I worked in banking actually for 16 years. Started off actually as a teller. Moved up from there all the way up to an assistant vice president, branch administrator. So I have a lot of leadership skills. I was managing all the branches. I did audits. I wrote policies and procedures. I also still do that actually right now in my accounting position. I just actually wrote a single audit procedure. I work very well with auditors. Also being in the town accountant position, I haven't had a finding yet, which I've been there for 3.5 years, so very proud to say. And something personal you said about me as well. I have 2 beautiful children. One of them just graduated from iiii nursing.
Great.
Yes, very proud.
You should be.
Yeah, my other one is in Boston University right now, and she's pre-law.
Oh.
Junior.
They'll be all ready to take care of you.
Right. That's nice.
Okay, anything else you'd like to share with us? I mean, I know we have a lot of paperwork on you and so forth, but
Yes, I will tell you just that what I gave you right now is just like a table of contents. I put everything in there, like my education, my certificates, I put references in there for you. And I also have a letter of recommendation that I have received actually from my current town administrator that I work with right now, actually.
Okay, so just to let you know how we're going to handle this, we have about 60 minutes that we're going to spend with you, and we will be asking you individual questions, okay, that we think will help us find out more about you, and you should feel free to, provide any information you feel is pertinent and helpful to us. And we may have at times like, I'll say, well, could you just explain a little more about this, kind of a follow up on a question. Otherwise, you'll see that I have some questions, and John has some questions, and Mark has some questions. Obviously, while we have a few members of the public that may come in and out, the public will not be asking any questions. It will just be the board.
Okay.
Okay, Tammy? So again, thanks for being here. And my first question is, please share with us what you did to prepare for today's interview. I think it's a lot. What do you know about Barre?
Okay, so what I did to prepare for today's interview, I decided I was going to give you a portfolio of myself, so that way it's right in front of you. It explains everything that I've done probably within the last 16 years with all my previous jobs, and I even actually put in here descriptions of my jobs.
That's good.
So you'll see what I have actually done. And I also looked at the town of Barre. I looked at the population, at the history. I noticed you had a DPW. I really did my homework. I even came out and did a little ride around the area. And it's such a beautiful, beautiful town, I might say. So that's what I did to prepare.
And you're certainly within travel distance, so you're very familiar with the area.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm a half hour. I've always loved Barre.
Right.
It
And you
was
were
a nice little
and you were in the
journey.
North Brookfield banking group, right?
Yes.
So you've
yes.
been really close to our area.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to? Any follow-up questions, gentlemen? If not, we'll go to the next question. I think that is John. Your
Yes.
question on number 4?
Could you just tell us about your understanding of this job, what the challenges and opportunities are, what are the problems, and why you should be considered for the position?
Well, I know there's a lot of challenges that come with being a town administrator. I work very close with my town administrator right now. I know there's a lot of discussions that come up. We have to worry about budgeting, preparing ourselves for the special annual town meetings. There's so much in every department that we have to learn and know about, especially with the municipality laws. And that being said, I've pretty much done, I've been in the process of the budgeting with our town administrator, talked to the departments. We also, look at capital planning. We don't have a committee like you do. I did notice you had a capital planning committee. We don't have that, but we do plan for a future, and when we have our budgets, that's when we talk about what they possibly need. That's when it goes on our annual town meeting. I'm sorry, what was the other question?
Just why you should be considered for this position.
I believe I should be considered for the position because of my background and history that I have. I do have a lot of leadership in my recent previous employments that I've had, and also I know a lot about the municipality in general in itself. I know about the elected officials, appointed officials, the challenges that also come along with that. It's important you have to know, where you can step and where you can't step. If there's an elected official, they're elected, they're the townspeople. You have to realize where you stand, and it's always in your approach. You need to listen to the community, hear what they have to say. What they have to say is very important, and we need to take consideration and hear what they have that's important to me, to hear what our community says.
Great.
Mark, I think you have number 6.
Given the size, location, and demographics of our community, what would you consider key issues, and what actions would you take to address them?
So luckily with the size, it's actually close to the town of Warren size, which is great. Population, even the budget is right in the same range. There are many issues that come along the way. Maybe dogs barking. I know that can come up. Rooster issues may come up. There's a lot of things like that that do come up, and you have to, address them and listen and hear what they have to say. It's very important that you do hear all sides and, see where you can go with that.
Okay, I think I've got the next question. What do you view as the primary role of the town administrator in this town? And could you, when you're answering that question, can you talk a little bit about the town administrator as it relates to personnel within the community?
Absolutely. So my view as the town administrator, I believe they are the person that is basically the role model for the town, right? That we're the ones that, you would have to be the one that we listen to everything when they bring it to the select board, all the issues that come up. It's important that we hear what they have to say. We are the spotlight. We're on, we're listening to the community comes to us. They explain their issues and their problems. And we need to make sure that we're giving them that listening ear.
Mm-hmm.
It's important that we pay attention and we, like I said, focus and listen and be able to conquer anything that comes our way.
I think, John, are you going to do number 10, or are you going to wait and pick that up when you do 30?
Yeah, with
Okay,
30.
so you're
I'll
up
do,
for number 11.
yeah. So this one's, so you hear the words a lot about transparency and accountability, especially applied to local government. So I just want to know, what does that mean to you if you are the new town administrator?
Well, transparency is huge. I believe we need to be very clear and upfront in everything that we do.
Mm-hmm.
It's important that everyone knows where we stand and what we are doing. Transparency with budgeting, with what goes on within the community, key. That's key. Having accountability is also very key. You need to own it. You need to know what you're doing and what you're saying, and accountability is also key. It's very important that you take ownership for what you're doing and what you're not doing, and have facts as to why you are doing it.
Mm-hmm. Any follow-up on that, John?
Just on the accountability.
Yes.
If you could just speak a little to how it not only applies to you, but applies to those who, report to you.
Okay, accountability, so you're in charge of knowing when your staff's coming in, what they're doing, when their time frame is. I know, being the town accountant, it's very important to me to know I need to make sure that my cash reconciliation is getting to me on time.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make sure that the collector's following over and we're getting all our taxes and property and all that's being done correctly. We need to make sure we're following procedures and protocol, huge, especially in the town accounting field. And as a town administrator, you also need to know what's going on literally within inside your building. Where are the personnel? What are they doing? Where are we up to date?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe what are your needs? What is the department needs? It's very important that we follow through on all of that. It's kind of like the same thing when I was in banking. I had to make sure I knew what my staff was doing. I needed to make sure that everything was being done correctly in a timely manner. Being in a municipality, we have deadlines. Every department, if I have learned one thing, it is every department has a busy time. Clerk's office has a busy time. When elections come around, they're on, Sometimes they're there till midnight because they're out straight counting the polls. They come back. Treasurers, deadline for treasurers and town account is right now. We're on free cash certification. We need to get all our stuff in. September 30th, we have to get all our cash reconciled. Everything needs to be ready to go to the.
What's your goal? You just talked about cash reconciliation and getting, your free cash certified and so on. What's your goal every year when you're sitting down and you're thinking, getting that job done? What do you usually do? What time frame are you working in?
So my job is, there are many times, especially during this time, that I have to go and do over and above my hours, which is completely fine with me because I want to make sure that I'm getting my stuff done on time because we have a time frame. We want to get it done. Special town meeting is in November, and I know the select board wants to make sure they know what we're having for free cash. So for me, it's important that I obviously make them proud and my town administrator, because I know they're looking for that. That's something that they want. It's important that I also get my figures done and I get them done right. I don't want to just go ahead and just throw any number in. I need to make sure. I literally check, double check, 3 times check, just to make sure that all my numbers add up and are perfect in my system. There's so many forms. I'm not sure if you know how much the town accountant, like all the forms that we do with the Schedule A, the balance sheet,
Yep.
the indebtedness statement. I mean, there's galore of forms. So for me, it's important that my numbers are accurate and that I'm following protocol.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're back to MM. Am I right? Please describe the most difficult experience you have had during your professional career. And then looking back, would you have handled it differently? What did you learn from the experience? How have you grown as a result of this experience? So basically, what kind of huge, kind of albatross did you run into? And how did you manage it? And would you have done things differently, looking back?
So let's see, what difficult situation. I'll try to pick a real good one for you. I'm going to go with a difficult situation that I'm going to actually go with a recent one, accounting, for example. It was the time when I first started the accounting position. You had to do payroll for people, and I ended up missing someone. I forgot to pay someone their payroll. Yeah, that was not a good thing. And I learned very quickly from it. I was like, oh no, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I forgot that. Needless to say, I did another warrant like the next day to make sure they got paid. And I was like, this cannot happen to me again. Like, what can I do to fix this problem? So I actually ended up doing a checklist of all the employees. So going forward, I had just started the town accountant position. So, I was, like I said, I was pretty new at the time, so I wanted to make sure that didn't happen again, so I went ahead and I made a checklist. And needless to say, I haven't forgotten anyone since, so that's a good thing. Handled it differently, I don't really know if there's something I could have done differently. I actually learned really good from my mistake, so I guess there's nothing I could really change on that aspect, except the fact that I actually learned a really good lesson. Tammy, pay attention to what you're doing. You should know who are these employees, and maybe I should have made that checklist a long time ago, so I wouldn't have made that error. So, yeah.
When it says here in this question, how have you grown as a result of this experience?
Oh, I have grown in so many ways from when I started years ago. I went to school. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this.
Well, we want you to tell us a little bit about
Okay,
you.
so I'm going to tell you about this. I went to school for education, and I really wanted to be a teacher. I love children. And I ended up having a child, and then I never ended up finishing everything, and I ended up going into banking. So I never got to be a teacher. Ended up going into banking, and I grew from that. I started off, like I said, real small, but I ended up growing, and I ended up continuing, and I kept moving and moving up and moving up. So maybe it wasn't meant for me, I guess, at that time to be a teacher, even though I love children. But I did end up going to the banking industry, and I learned so many things from it. I learned, how to even home equities, lines of credits. Like, I didn't even know any of that stuff even existed at first, Then I learned all that. Then I kept moving up, and I
Did you learn about people?
I did.
What did you learn
Yes.
about people?
There's all different kinds out there, and they're all special in all sorts of way. And I actually went and took a course how to deal with difficult people. You know what I found out?
What?
I'm the difficult person. I swear. I was like, oh, okay.
Are you demanding for detail? or
No, they're just everyone was a difficult person in the class.
Oh.
That's what they came out, basically said that. You know how you talk,
Yeah.
how people talk with you talk to them like they talk with you.
Yeah.
So if that's what I learned. That was one of those things I took actually in banking. I wanted to take how to deal with difficult people. And
Have you had, in this experience, have you ever had a discipline an employee?
Yes.
Okay.
And I actually had a wonderful mentor from my last previous employer. She helped me and seasoned me through everything. She always used to tell me, and we have done this many times, we have to have someone come in. When someone comes in, it's always in your approach, how you deal with somebody. You start off on a positive note and you say something like, Samantha, you're doing a really great job, and, keep up the good work, but, I do want to bring, then you start off with a negative, and then you tell them what they did wrong, and, we need to address that, and look at that in a different way, maybe we need to do this, kind of give them examples, and then on the end note, you leave off on a positive note. And I will tell you, all those times that we've disciplined and had to maybe write someone up, maybe they weren't the happiest person, but they didn't walk out feeling super bad about themselves, because we still left it on a positive note regardless. Unless, of course, you had to, unfortunately, it was like.
Have you ever had to terminate?
We have had to terminate, and that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
Had to do it a few times.
Okay.
And it's, that's a hard situation, but 3 times.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to Mr. Reginas again?
Please take a few minutes and tell us why you should be the next town administrator. What attributes set you apart from all the rest of the candidates?
I believe I should be the next town administrator because I feel like I have definitely grown so much in my position and that I'm ready for my next step. Like I said before, I do work very closely with our town administrator. I do a lot of budgeting. I know a lot about the municipality. I think my skills and my ability that you'll have seen in my portfolio will show that I know how to do leadership. I've managed. Obviously, I've dealt with a lot of human resource issues. There's many things, like I said, that you'll see in there. I'm also a very hard worker. I will work above and beyond, and I'm a stayer, looking for longevity, looking for a place I can stay. That's where, my next step would be the town administrator. I'm already at my highest I can go, and, I'm at that age where I want to just stay. I'm here to stay. That's what I'm looking for. And that's why I believe I'd be the next best candidate.
Are there any other things? Oh, I think we're back to me again. What do you feel is most appropriate? A public manager who is a visionary and a leader of the parade, or a manager who works quietly to achieve the goals of the political establishment?
A political establishment.
Which is the community, I guess.
And a leader of which is the parade?
Well, it's sort of a, colloquialism when we say, you want to be the leader of the parade, a visionary, or are you a manager? In other words, the old watchword was, of course, managers do things right, and leaders know the right thing to do.
So I'm going to say that I put myself in the middle. I believe that it's very important that we have a leader, but you also have to have team players, and not everybody is going to be, not everyone wants to be in that spotlight, but not everybody wants to be like the leader of the pack either. You have to work as a team, and everybody's voice counts. It doesn't matter, if you're the leader or the quiet one. Either way, it can make it's personality. It's basically your personality. It's how you decide to do your leading. Me personally, I lead by example. I think it's important that we all play, together and we work together, and we're a team. We have to have compassion. We have to have empathy. You have to have humility. You need to own it when you make a mistake. We're not perfect. It's not going to happen. It's very important that we know our team players too. Who are they? What do we need to know about them to make us help them lead in the right direction? That's so important. So I don't know if I answered the question or not, but
No.
I think it's in between, and I think you have to be both.
Okay. John, I believe you're up.
Great. So what does community development mean to you, and how would you get involved in our community? Do you have any examples of your previous community involvement?
So community development is huge. I think it's very important that the community knows what is going on. They are our townspeople. They are who we are here for, is for our community. And in the past, I have been in parades. I've done, yeah, a ton of them. We had, in the banking, we had so many parades. I used to do 4th of July parade. I used to actually even work in Rutland. That's where I was the branch manager, and we had 4th of July parades, and we used to decorate. I don't know if you're familiar with Motherhood Savings, but, sorry, it was actually Spencer Savings. They had a train, a little train, and we always decorated it with whatever we were going to do for the theme that was going on with the parade. But yeah, we did parades in Belchertown. I've done parades in North Brookfield. We also did the Thanksgiving, when you donate the food, and the Toys for Tots at Christmas time. I've been involved in all that. And I actually used to take my children with me, and they also enjoy being in the community, and taught them at a young age. So it's very important that we're part of that. And for me, I was also going to say my town administrator, this is just a little key out there, he had put for the senior center, he did a social for the senior center. I thought that was so great, just go out there and just to know who everyone is. And I noticed you have also 250th, I noticed
Yes,
that.
we do.
Yes.
Coming
That
up.
looked so much fun. I didn't make it that day, but I was going to try to come out that day. How was that advice? Did you guys get to go?
Well, it all depends which event. We've had lots of events.
The one that was recently.
The crafts fair?
Oh, the crafts fair? Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I
It was a good
just
time.
It was a
Yes.
busy
Yes.
day. And it was windy enough that everybody was doing this most of the time.
Nice. See, that's the stuff. I love that stuff. I think that's great. So, puts a smile on my face.
There you go, Mr. Reginas, you're up again.
Do you encourage teamwork in the workplace? And how would you encourage the staff to promote teamwork in the departments? And how do you deal with a subordinate that is not a team player?
So, how do I encourage teamwork? So, teamwork is a very big, powerful word. This is where you have to know your people. You have to know what they like, what their dislikes are, and you need to make sure you know who's going to be part of your team. So if you have somebody that maybe is a little bit shy, maybe you go about and ask them to do something maybe more on the lines of, helping with, getting the soda for us to hand out or something like that. Or if they're, are we talking about teamwork like community, or are you talking more teamwork like getting the job done within the type of teamwork?
In the
general?
workplace.
In the workplace.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use myself as the town accountant, just for example. Luckily we have a wonderful culture there, so that's a good thing. Morale is the biggest thing you could possibly ask for in a municipality, because we all work together. It's a small place. It's very important that we treat each other like we're family. And I believe if you treat each other like your family, right now I can go up to anyone where I work, and we all actually work very well together. I couldn't say anything negative about it. It's how you treat each other. You have to have compassion for each other, and you have to have empathy and understand where, what's going on. Maybe something's going on in their life, and maybe, understand what's going on. And you can encourage teamwork just by getting to know and listening to them and understanding where they're coming from. And I've learned to get a lot more with honey than I do with vinegar, honestly. And the next question was promote teamwork within the departments. Like I said, morale is huge. I believe we used to have a time every month where we'd actually get together and we would have cake or muffins, and we'd all sit around the table and we'd enjoy it and just talk, take like 15 minutes out of our time. And that's important. It's important to make those little small things happen. And just to, like I said, just to bring that morale up and let everyone know that, you're here, you listen to them, you understand them. Very important in the workforce. And what was the last one you asked me?
How would you deal with someone that's not a team player?
So, I'll be honest, not everybody is going to want to play nicely, right, or want to be part of the team. I suppose I would go to them and ask them, to have a talk and see what they have to say. And I've always like I said, I've dealt with many people in my past, and I've never had anyone ever have an issue with partaking in things. I've been very fortunate, but I believe it has to do with your approach. You have to be positive when you approach something. It's very important. Can't be negative, because negative's not going to get us anywhere. So having a positive approach, talking to people, and just, maybe sitting down, and maybe there's a reason why they don't want to be participating. Maybe they feel uncomfortable in that zone. But as a team, if it's something that has to do with their work, well, if it has to get done, then it definitely needs to be addressed. Because, like, for example, if I get a town accountant, I don't have my cash, I need that done. So I would go down and, have a talk and say, listen, I need this, can you get this for me? Maybe I can help you. Maybe I can assist and, have those helping hands.
Okay, John? Thank you. Oh, wait a minute, or is it me?
No, I believe you have another one.
Oh, no, I did the visionary one, then you're getting involved, that's you. Did you do the number 30? You were gonna do 30 in town,
Did I miss a page?
perhaps?
No, we did 30.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay, then we didn't mark, I guess
Yep.
it's me again on top of the page 30 now?
Yes, it is. Yep.
What happens when your opinion on a given subject differs from that of the governing body? I guess that's us. What if during a board meeting, a motion is made to enter into a non-public executive session, but based on your experience and training, you believe that the subject is not exempt from the open meeting law? How will you proceed? Imagine, you sit here and I just said we're going to executive session to, whatever, and maybe we shouldn't do that. What would you do and how would you handle that?
Well, first of all, I would make sure that my facts hopefully are correct. I would probably say, I don't believe you should be doing that. Let me just make sure. I'll have to check my facts. Would you going to go into a session right off the bat?
Well, we would announce that we were going to go into executive session, and you would either try to throw your body in front of us to stop us, or just acquiesce.
Well,
So which would you choose, and how would you manage
I
that?
think I would probably throw myself. If I thought it was not correct, I would say that I think we need to hold on that, and let me seek legal counsel and find out the answers to that question, because we don't want to go into something we don't want to go into.
Mhm.
That would not be good. You can't take back what you end up doing, so.
Mhm.
I
Would you feel, if you were the new town administrator here, and the three of us were ready to do something that was maybe not appropriate, that you would feel comfortable saying what you just said to us? Stop now.
Absolutely. I
Okay,
have ethics.
and then if we continue to proceed in that direction and contrary to your suggestion, what would you do?
I would then, I have to say again, I don't believe in what you're doing is correct. I really believe that we should hold on that matter, and we should really let me find out more through town council and get the answer for you. I couldn't let you do it.
Okay.
I'd have to stop.
Okay. Thank you. John, I think you're up.
Yep. So we're going to kind of double back, though, onto teamwork just for a second.
Sure.
So could you describe the town administrator's role and relationship with department heads specifically, and how you would establish a leadership position and promote communication and, again, teamwork across the departments?
Okay, so first of all, I believe, like I said, you need to know each and every person, but also having meetings. Meetings are very huge with the department heads. Meetings should be held, I personally believe, monthly. Town administrator also should be having finance meetings monthly to know where we stand. And by doing that and coordinating all that, having collaborative teamwork, it helps you discuss what's going on, where our next steps are going to be. Gives you a chance to get the feel as to where we're going, what direction we're going in. It takes a team to run a village, so we all need to get on the same page on everything. I truly believe that. I know there are some, the elected officials, like I pointed out, and appointed officials, the elected officials you have to be very careful on. They are the towns, they're voted in by the townspeople, you only have so much say you can actually do. So with that being said, I really believe you have to take into consideration and let them talk, so you listen and see maybe there's a reason why, if they're not playing on the same team as us or coming over and being a team player with us, then what's the reason for it? I think it's important that we need to find that out, and hopefully they come aboard with us. I think meetings are a big key for everything. What is it, relationships with the department heads?
Yeah, how you would promote, or how you would establish a leadership position and promote communication across the departments.
So communication, like I said, I think meetings is a big thing, meeting
Mhm.
with the department heads, so like on a monthly basis, and seeing where their department is at, where are we gonna go from here, what are you looking for?
When you say meeting with the department heads monthly, what does that look like? Is that you one-on-one with them or bringing all of them together?
Well, I think it's both, so maybe not, so I think monthly finance meetings are huge, I think that's definite. You have to know where you're standing on that. I also think like police department, fire department, you know, you need to make sure you see what is going on with them. I know at ours they go to all the select board meetings and they always discuss what's going on with the select board. I'm not sure if you do you do that here with your,
I would say that's not necessarily a common practice here.
okay,
I'm not saying it shouldn't be, please understand.
yeah.
Yeah, typically here, department heads will come if there is something on the agenda that, relates
to
to
them.
them.
Okay, so then I guess it would be very important for the town administrator to definitely stay intact and know exactly what's going on with the police, the fire, and all that, because it's important that if anything arises and comes to my attention, that I would bring it to the select board, and if there's any issues, that I would bring that to your attention, and we could work on that. I don't know if that answers the question at all, is there more?
Yeah, I think that,
And also, I wonder, one other thing too, when you asked about everybody, I believe maybe every 2 months you should have like a big meeting to see what's going on. Maybe you have new software, or maybe you want to discuss about, hey, listen, annual special town meetings coming up, or budgets are going to be coming up. I'll be sending out an email to everybody, letting them know when I need your articles by, so that's important too. But both.
Yeah.
Yes.
okay.
Could you just, as we're talking about the meetings and so forth, can you talk a little bit about what familiarity you have with what financial software management systems and what what you work with? I mean, your background is very much intense in that area. And what would be your expectation as you work with the finance team, the budget and finance committee, the accountant and so forth? What kind of oversight would you have in the financial management software that we use?
Yeah, I have a huge thing on that. So right now before, we just started Vadar. Prior to Vadar, I was with LBA for decades, and it's very ancient. So I was very happy to get Vadar systems. And I'm on Vadar, the treasurer's on Vadar, assessor's on Vadar, the collector's on Vadar.
Wow.
It's a wonderful system. It's very important that all our financial systems talk to each other. So, for example, when the collector turns over her collections, she sends it over to the treasurer. I should say the assessor sends it over to the collector sends it over to the treasurer sends it over to me. I accept all the batches. So we're not making any errors. Everything's legit in there. Prior to that, we actually still had a really good system. LBA wasn't so great, but we have great workers at the town of Warren.
Yeah, you stole one from us.
Did we?
Yes, you did.
Sorry. We do. Our culture, like I said, is wonderful there. I love everyone I work with, so I can't say anything. But anyways, we work very close together, and when the treasurer has her stuff, she brings it right to me. And she did everything on Excel. So prior to that, I was the only one that had LBA. And I shouldn't say that the treasurer didn't have anything. She was Excel, and the collector had a different software. And so you really need to.
Yeah.
We finally put it all together, and we were talking about it for a while, and finally it happened. And we ended up getting the Vadar system. Was probably the best thing that could have happened. And I would suggest that. Now, what do you want?
A little of this and a little of that.
Oh yeah, you need to consolidate all of it so you don't have any.
We've
errors.
we've made some overtures with Vadar. And
Oh,
so
yeah, great.
so I believe the treasurer is on Vadar. And, yeah. But-
Yeah, if you don't have the same, if you're
Yeah.
going to do it that way, you can end up with errors.
Yeah, well, the auditors have indicated, on several of our management letters, guess what?
Oh, yeah, that's very important.
Yeah.
That's-
Just wondered what you were using and what you
Yeah,
would recommend,
absolutely.
having that background that you have.
Yes, absolutely.
Mark, I think you're up in 43.
Yeah. What do you think are the top challenges facing municipal officials today? And what actions would you take to ensure the town government is effectively prepared to face these challenges over the next 5 years?
I like to write things down, so I don't forget your question.
I'll repeat it if you want.
Get my pen.
No problem.
So the top challenges that the officials are facing today? Well, that's a very good answer, question I should say, and hopefully I have a good answer for that one. So many things. All our officials, you're talking about departments and stuff, correct? Yes. So you're looking at, we have to make sure that our equipment's up and running. You have to look at the life of them. You have to look at your buildings, make sure they're up to par, because if they're not, you're gonna cost a lot of money. If you don't keep your buildings up to par, you have to spend money. And I'm very fiscally responsible. I just want to say that first off. But in the same breath, you have to. If you don't do something now about it, in 5 years, you're going to end up with a lot more problems. You have a lot more issues if you don't maintain your buildings or you don't keep up with like the lifetime. You don't want old ambulances or police cruisers. You need to make sure that your town is growing in the right direction. That's huge. And that your buildings are being taken care of, because if you don't take care of them, and you don't have a 5-year plan in motion, that's where capital planning would come in play, and you make sure that you're saving for that rainy day for stabilization. You need to make sure you have those funds. Now, I have a question, do you save for stabilization?
Pardon me?
Do you put money in your stabilization capital? Oh, that's good. Excellent.
It's not enough, but we do it.
Yeah. It's very important that you do that to save for that 5 years, because otherwise you will have a lot of challenges down the road if you don't. With your buildings, with your equipment, infrastructure.
Yep.
Chapter 90, I don't know if you have a lot of Chapter 90 that goes on, but it's very important that keep up with our roads and make sure we get those fundings.
Absolutely.
State grants, do you guys do state grants? A lot of grants going on.
Some amount, it's certainly,
Could be.
there's certainly many that come up and pass us by
Oh.
for lack of opportunity to get them, so.
Yeah, it's very important too, brings in a lot of revenue, helps with the offsetting of our operational budget. We have quite a few grants that come in that I also do financial reporting on, and procurement part of it. I was doing, I did it for 3 years, and now the town administrator, he does most of the procurement, but I do assist in all the back end, do the central register combis, advertisements, and all that, so and I have my certificate as well.
I saw that.
That actually ties pretty well into the next one that I had. What experience have you had in administering various grant programs, and what success have you had in attaining grants for various projects in a municipality?
We have had many success at grants. We have so many grants that we have right now. I don't know if you have Maya. We just received a Maya grant to help with our equipment in our kitchen. We did a feasible study grant. It's helping us municipality complex, safety complex. We're looking at that, getting a feasible study in play, and then see where we're going to go with that. That's going to take obviously years coming down, but at least we're starting somewhere. We have an economic development grant that we have going on right now.
Great.
And we did put it out for procurement. We did not receive anything back at that time, so we got to put it out for procurement again. There's a lot of, people are very busy within the industry right now, and I'm assuming that's why we didn't get anything back, so we're going to try it again, because we do have a big grant for that one. We have quite a few grants. Fire does a lot of grants for their firefighter safety equipment. Police does grants for police detail. We have many coming in.
And that's something you'd be comfortable helping departments with?
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
working through those systems?
Absolutely.
Great.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Tell me about your experiences in negotiating collective bargaining agreements.
So we do have a union, the police. I have not been in that session. I do receive the contracts because I have to look over all of them and know everything that's in them pertaining to whether it be vacation time, clothing allowance, and or whatever they're getting paid for, like education, stipends and whatnot. I've never been part of that, But I do get to see the contracts, and I have to know them inside and out, so when I'm keeping track of everything.
Okay.
on my
Are you
side.
ever asked to cost out a negotiation proposal?
I've never done that.
I mean, for example, we say, well, if we agree to this, what will it cost the town? And then you're, with your expertise, and you would go into and find out all the employees who would benefit from this contract and what it would cost the town. That would be
I've never-
costing it out.
Right, I've never done that, but
Okay.
I'm sure I could figure that out. Sounds
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I think that we're at the point now where, Mark, you've got challenges you've asked about. We're going to go to, if selected, when would you be available to begin work here?
So with that being said, obviously I work in a town, and I'm very valuable within my town because I'm the town accountant, so I'd have to give a decent time frame, at least probably 30 to 45 days. I think that would be fair, and honestly, if they still need me to assist them, I would never want to let them down or not let them hang, because like I said, I live in they're a great community. I'm looking to help myself and move on, and like I said, the next step would be the town administrator, but I would never want to leave them hanging, so.
Okay, thank you. The final question that we ask, and this gives you free rein, what questions do you have for the select board? And you can either direct them to one of us individually or collectively, whatever you feel comfortable with, but what questions do you have for the select board?
So I'm going to have two questions.
Oh, good.
The first question is, I would like to know, what are you looking for in a candidate for a town administrator?
Well, I mean, I can tell you to start my, personally, I break it down into a couple different categories. So fiscal category, understanding the financial aspect of it. There's the cultural aspect of it, of bringing together the community, bringing together the town, let's say the people part of it, everyone who's in the community, and then the administration process, being able to handle the administrative challenges that come up, being able to manage the internal conflicts and the people and that are within the town organization. So I think those three are the major categories for me that I want to make sure someone can really nail those three categories.
Excellent.
I think it's been covered. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, well, I obviously I agree certainly with John. I think John gives a great specific, sort of what we really need to have in order to be successful as a community. I guess I seek, a person who is a visionary, who sees our community, not only where we're at and what we've been able to accomplish thus far, but where we need to be in 3, in 5, in 10 years. That the children within our community depend upon us to make good decisions, and that we take that not only to our best effort, but we also understand the heart of our community. That whether it be the citizens who are benefiting and hopefully having access to our senior center and those particular things that we have in our community, that our schools are top-notch, and that we hold a regional school district. You've been involved in a regional school district, and having being in the Quabog district, so you understand that can be a back and forth, a little bit of elbow bumping and so forth, but that there is the idea that if you work in Barre, if you don't work in Barre, put it that way, okay?
Yeah.
That we expect not only the person who would assume this position to be a very hard worker, which you certainly seem to shine over, but that you have the capacity, and this is the hard part, the capacity and the ability to bring the rest along with you. That there is an expectation that this is hard work. To be the person, whether you're the town administrator or whether you're the person who's the head of the DPW or the police department or the Board of Health, whatever, these are very difficult, hard jobs with lots of responsibilities, sometimes not the revenues we need to do the job right, but how do we get the best possible community for the people who live here?
Absolutely.
So I guess that's what we look for. That's a tall order, what John said, what I said, and because I do believe that a leader knows the right thing to do. The manager knows how to do it right. So you need both of that in your personality, and you need to build a team that has both of that. And understand, like in Warren, you will, if you're the successful candidate, have the opportunity to drag some people kicking and screaming, okay? And you will have the opportunity to chase others who see what you know is the right thing. So that's what I look for.
That's nice.
And so it's a tall order. It's about being a real leader and understanding that people depend upon a leader. Sometimes you have to be at the head of the parade, and everybody's going to say, they're not going to say, oh, she's just trying to be special. They're going to be darn glad the Sisyphus is pushing the stone up the hill.
Absolutely.
Because it's every day. It's pushing the stone up the hill, pushing the stone up the hill. And you know what? You end up having to have some yahoos who are throwing stuff in front of your stone.
That happens.
Yeah, and so I just, this is a very, very tough job,
Yeah, I know.
okay?
Yeah.
It's a
Keep
tough,
positive and.
it's a tough job, and it's long hours and disappointment and wonderful times. But coming into a community and leaving it far better than you found it is really the challenge.
It's very rewarding too.
Yeah.
No, I think it's worth it.
So that's what we're looking for, Tammy, that's all.
Just everything.
Just a few things.
Yeah.
And I just have one more question.
Yeah.
Sure.
What's your culture here?
I would say, what is our culture? We're relatively a new board. Would you say that's right?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
about 2
very
years
fair.
in, he's
I'm
about a
about
year and a
a year
half
in.
in, he's about 8
Okay.
months, okay?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so we're new, okay, to the process of being select board members. We're learning on the job. We need to have a town administrator who can help us learn, do the things right.
Mhm.
We are individuals, who care deeply about the community. And we have a community that may be, and this is on my own perspective, who are a little bit directionless. Certain people want you to do X, other people want you to do Y, and so what you try to do is you have to say, okay, where do we want the community to be? And to try to ask the citizens that question. What do you really want to have as your community? What do you want for public schools? What do you want for financial management? What do you want for taxpayer responsibility? And how do you, applaud the efforts of the taxpayer to say, hey, what about? So I would say we're growing in the position, and we have a community, I think, that wants a lot of good things. Just getting everybody organized to get there is our challenge, with no money.
I think as far as culture goes, there's different areas to look at. I think Maureen covered the culture of the board really well. We're still figuring it out quite a bit. As far as the culture of the town, I think this is a really interesting time for Barre, because at least to me, it feels like we're really at a crossroad kind of turning point right now, where we can either lean in more heavily towards our, environmental tourism type things that are starting to take off, like the races they're having at Stone Cow, where we could really turn into and steer into making the history that we have here. There's some fantastic history with Quack Walker, and making that a draw for other people, or we can kind of sit back and become a bedroom community. And I think we're kind of at a crossroad there. We're actually working right now on a master plan, and where we're getting input from the community to see where we should be going. And I think that's going to be critical for I think, if you are the candidate, I think there's going to be a significant role in helping determine how we get the direction that people want to go in.
Now, how are you getting the master plan, if you don't mind me asking?
It's through CMRPC, so we got a community.
Okay, I'm familiar with them, actually. We actually have CRBC too, so.
Yep, so we have phase 1 funded through a grant, and they helped us just apply for a grant to get phase 2 done.
Excellent.
And then I'm also hoping we can look at funding to possibly add a couple additional chapters becoming with dementia friendly and youth friendly, to add those on to the end.
Excellent.
So
I'm very familiar with them. It's
Yeah.
great.
And I also would say, he's too humble to say. He just sits there and says he cares more than anybody else that I've ever worked with. And what sometimes we hurry up too fast, and when we do that, sometimes we lose ground. And so I'm always cautioning him, because I'm the old person, that I say, Mark, we can't do that in 6 weeks. We could do it in a year and a half. but he is our energy. and
Enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm, for sure.
Excellent.
And I know that I'm an impediment to him.
I just don't like kicking the can down the road, that's all. You know what I mean? That's all.
I do.
There's gonna, you know,
It's great
it's
passion,
gonna
that's
be,
good.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine, we all got it.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
I would say we all know each other,
Yes.
and we know our strengths and we know our weaknesses, and I'm the old impediment at times, I know, and I frustrate people, but I think together, we have a good synergy, and
Absolutely.
hopefully, we all care a whole lot about this community.
And that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Definitely do.
Having the care for the community is
Yeah.
what's gonna drive everyone. I think that's the biggest thing.
And I think one of the things that we can do is we can disagree amicably.
Nice. That's the best thing, being able to agree to disagree, but still shake
Yeah.
hands in the end and say, you know what?
Well, whatever we decide we're going to do, we all
Absolutely.
work together to do it.
Absolutely.
Whether
See,
it's
that's
the-
what makes the team. That's how everything should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy, for
Thank
coming.
you.
It's been a pleasure to meet you, and, we hope that by Monday, we will have a decision, and, that will be contingent, obviously, if you're the successful candidate, there would be a portion where the individuals with whom we are working would do a background check and that kind of thing. We do understand your time frame for being available for the position, and we thank you for coming in.
And I want to also thank each and every one of you for having me. I really had a nice interview.
Warren's a very lucky town.
Thank you. I'm lucky too. Warren is very nice, but like I said, we do have a great culture, so.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Hard to interview someone with the sun shining directly in their
Yeah.
I
eyes.
know,
I know,
I
it's
know.
gonna,
Although
suggest that you
that,
could slide to the
that
side.
wine looks like it's seen its better days.
Yeah, well, like a lot of us.
You can't judge it broken.
I like her as a person.
I tried that. I already tried that.
All right.
Hmm?
We still on.
No, no.
Yes.
of Health and Human Services for the Leicester Regional Public Health Coalition. He's 8+ years of municipal experience. Avoid the sun.
If you can.
Scoot that around.
Yeah, being in the sun is not a good place to be.
Never.
Well, you're a little familiar with our community, so that's a good thing. And I'd like to welcome you here, certainly, and thank you for taking the time to make application for this position. We're very interested in finding the right fit for us, and the fact that you know a little bit about Barre already says to me that you're not coming in blind. You know exactly, you know, the rules of the road for the little town of Barre, right? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, specifically your career background, your education, and a little bit about who you are as a person?
Sure. So, I have a pretty well-rounded background, mostly seated in construction projects, technical reviews of development, managing teams, whether they be small or large. I've worked in municipal and the private side on both ends, so I've seen how both work and how to maneuver between the two. You know, I've worked with Barre for about 3 years now, so I certainly know the needs that Barre is looking to emphasize. I know the need to build, to grow. I know you guys are looking to revitalize economic development to a certain point. I know the importance of the grants that you need to grow. And I have a lot of experience in that at the state and federal level.
Could you highlight that a little bit? The state and federal level, you know, grants and construction and that kind of stuff?
Yep. So obviously we work with CMRPC a lot. They have their hands in a lot of pies around here, so I certainly know that group well. We work on their social block grant. We also, at the federal level, I applied for federal funding during COVID. We applied for a few grants for extra assistance. We've also applied for substance abuse grants for them as well. At the state level, I work a lot with DPH. I also work with the Housing Alliance and, you know, Community Development Office there. So I'm familiar with a lot of the, I imagine, the same type of people that you work with here, sure.
Okay, thank you so much. It says to talk a little bit about you as a person. What would you say from a personal perspective? You know, what would it be helpful for us to know about you?
I think you'll find with me that I don't easily panic, and I know how to roll with whatever stresses may come our way and whatever roadblocks hit.
Okay.
You know, pretty even-keeled person. I'm not one to rush to a decision or rush to doing something for the sake of doing it. Everything I try to do is very methodical, and I try to think everything out, not just in terms of short term, but also long term. I'm a family man. I have a 2-year-old. My first one. That's been a learning experience.
Isn't it though?
Teaches you a lot of new things.
Isn't it though?
Teaches you a whole new realm of having to deal with certain people.
Doesn't it?
It's not much different sometimes.
I know. Well, thank you for sharing that, and congratulations on your toddler. Why don't we go to the next question, which would please share with us what you did to prepare for today's interview, and what do you know about Barre? I think you kind of already talked a little bit about what you know about Barre, but what did you do to prepare for this interview?
Sure. So I looked at your annual reports. I looked at the other candidates who are going to be interviewed and their backgrounds. I looked at past goals that you had for your town administrator. And of course, I have a lot of my own research on the town, so there's that as well.
Okay, thank you so much. John, I think you're up.
Sure. Could you just tell us about your understanding of this job? What are the challenges, the opportunities, the problems, and why you should be considered for this position?
Sure. I consider this role to be a building role. You know, I think one of the most important things that we all face right now is employee retention. If we lose certain employees, we most likely will not be able to replace them with the same caliber. So, I place a very big emphasis on making sure that morale is always at a constant, making sure that everybody is heard, making sure that there's open communication and no one's afraid to go to a person in leadership, and making sure that when they're received, they don't feel like they're judged or maybe they shouldn't have done it. I think that's a very important role here. But also, it's a connector in the community. So you're looking to connect businesses with the town. You're looking to connect residents and get them more involved. You're looking to build a relationship with the surrounding towns to be able to work on co-op projects. And I think that's a lot of what I would be doing in this role, is bringing not just Barre all together, but also bringing the other communities to build a stronger relationship and more cross-collaboration. A lot of times in grants right now, as grants start to dry up more and more, people are looking for those types of partnerships when you want to apply for a large grant.
And it's back to me, I guess, again. What do you view as the primary role of the town administrator in this town?
Much like my last answer, I think it's the person who has to connect everybody together. Making sure that residents are happy with the employees in town, making sure that we're being transparent, making sure that we're getting the information out there, making sure that there's a lot of cross-collaboration with the boards themselves, making sure that everybody's connected, making sure that everybody knows who the town administrator is, what clearly their goals are, and getting them excited to be able to help in that endeavor.
Okay, thank you. John? No, I'm sorry, Mark, I'm sorry,
That's
Mark,
okay.
you should have
That's
grabbed me.
Given the size, location, demographics of our community, what do you consider the key issues and what actions would you take to address them?
Key issues, I think, is trying to create growth in an environment that can be challenging, and trying to find additional funding to be able to fuel that growth. That's certainly a priority. Employee retention is always an important priority. It just seems more about connecting, and it means about stability too, because you guys have a lot of turnover with town administrators over the past years. So I think it's creating a confidence that someone will be here, someone's here for the long haul. Creating kind of more of a trust in the top of the pyramid.
John?
Yes. So you actually touched on these a minute ago, but we often hear the words transparency and accountability applied to local government. What does that mean to you if you are the town administrator?
I think it's initiating a lot of open communication before people ask the question. Having regular reports out available to the public, having regular social media available out to the public, promoting any type of good that we're doing, promoting internal people that have done things that are of importance. Showing what we are doing in the community, because a lot of people just don't know.
Yeah.
So when I think of transparency, I think of just making sure that every bit of information is out there on every platform. And there's always new platforms.
Great.
Please describe the most difficult experience you have had during your professional career. Looking back, would you have handled it differently? What did you learn from the experience? And how have you grown as a result of the experience?
So the hardest experience I've dealt with is having to let someone go who isn't a good employee, but the funding is not there for their position anymore. When you have a good employee, you want to find a spot for them, but you can't always do that. And that's probably one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do, and it just taught me with guilt. But it taught me to think ahead much more in advance in terms of trying to make sure that I can secure these things ahead of time, or find avenues where I can secure funding or support for eventual funding. It makes you realize that you have to think 3 years ahead of where you are when you're making a decision on anything.
Have you had to, and sort of in the same realm, have you had to let someone go for non-performance?
Yes, along with some other issues.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. It's, you know, a lot of times it's due to immaturity to a certain degree, or too much complicity. It is a hard thing to do. The only thing I really think you can do at that point is try to explain to them where they went wrong so that they learn from that experience as well.
In such experiences that you've had, did you have the opportunity to work through a process where there was progressive discipline and, or was there something so abhorrent that you were able to act quickly? What was it like to let go of an employee for non-performance?
So I tend to track everything with paper. You know, even the small stuff you have to document. I do believe in having regular evaluations so that they're documented so you can see there's a clear path one way or another. Because you never know, one's going to be great 1 minute and then there's a slow path too. Not so great. So I believe in regular check-ins, and those check-ins are always documented to a certain degree so that you have that path. Obviously, if you have a meeting of importance, you send something out right away, clearly stating what the issues were in this meeting and how you can improve if you want to. So it's always trying to provide a way forward, not saying that you're just going down this path. I mean, which I've seen a lot of that. But it's giving the employees a chance to make their way forward instead of just starting a discipline track.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just expand on that one too, having those regular check-ins, having accountability for, the people that are, working under you, so to speak. But how would you address accountability for yourself?
Well, I think that's where the select board comes into a large amount of that. You have goals for me for the year. You have certain checkpoints and milestones that you want me to reach. So I think, I provide clear deadlines and points at which we know that we're heading in the right direction, that we've hit a certain milestone that's very positive. I look to you to guide me.
Just to fit one more piece of this sort of thing with evaluations and so forth. What if you're in a situation where there's been no evaluations for years?
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of that lately.
Okay. How do you start? What do you do?
You have to start with standing operated procedures. When I went to my last position, they were part of a regional base too. So basically, it was an empty slate, no information on anything whatsoever. So it's basically setting up an office from scratch, which in some offices you still have to do no matter what. But the key is to start to make sure that you have all your job descriptions and their responsibilities down. You got to make sure that if they don't have a system, you create a system immediately in place, and that's really the best you can do. With nothing there, you have to give the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you.
Could you please take a few minutes to tell us why you should be the next town administrator and what attributes set you apart from other candidates?
So I know the town. I like the town a lot. Something you'll find about me is that when I like something or I go into something, I'm very passionate about it. I'm very committed to excelling in whatever I'm doing there. I know the struggles we face. I know the hurdles we're going to face. And I think what differentiates me from the other candidates is my experience a lot is being in the community and interacting with everybody already, not just administration. And I think that's a big part of leadership. I've worked with everybody already, so I have a good running start on how to kind of move forward and having some starting blocks to build on.
John? I guess I'm next. What do you feel is most appropriate? A public manager who is a visionary and a leader of the parade, or a manager who works quietly to achieve the goals of the political establishment?
It's a tricky one because it's kind of the middle ground. I would say a quiet manager is not always the best for most communities, especially smaller communities, because a lot of it is face-to-face interaction, a lot of it is building confidence, and you need someone who's charismatic and out there and has a vision. If you do not, no one's going to know what's being done. Things will not move like we want them to move. So I would tend to lean more towards a visionary who says what the best of this town can be in the future, and kind of building a morale and building an army around that case and getting people to support you. Whereas if you're a quiet manager, the town can't support you because they don't know who you are, and they don't know what their leadership is or what they're doing or if they should be following that direction.
Thank you, Francis.
Great. So you actually already touched on the community here, but what does community development mean to you, and how would you get, or I guess continue for you, to be involved in our community? And can you give us examples of your previous community involvement?
Sure. So when I think of community development, I think of bringing the businesses together. I think of supporting new business coming in. And I also think it's a lot of building community pride. So having events in town, for the public to attend for free, or bringing in vendors for certain events, or setting up events for the year that have never been done before. So I consider a lot of that. In my town, I've worked a lot with the vendors we have a monthly during the summer bandstand, basically, on our little common. And it's promoting it instead. So now we're bringing in the departments as well to be there to say hi to the public, getting to know whose works in town, kind of building that community together.
Mark, I think you were up on 35.
Yep. Now, how do you encourage teamwork in the workplace, and how do you encourage staff to promote teamwork in the departments? And how do you deal with a subordinate that is not a team player?
Well, it all starts from having that open communication channel, having those regular check-ins, because it already promotes a flow and a synergy where everybody already feels that they're comfortable enough to talk to you whenever, and nothing's being held back. Not having a team player is very hard. It's not a one solution for everybody. So, I mean, it depends on why they're that way. You talk to them about it, you find out what they're interested in, depending on where they work. Maybe they're looking for more training, and if you can make that possible where it hasn't been possible before, maybe that will change. If you can let them dive into a project that may have been told no before, that might interest them. There might be just one cause that has caused them to be that way, and if you can resolve it, that might bring them out of that shell.
Any follow-up? What happens when your opinion on a given subject differs from that of the governing body? That'd be us. Okay? What if, during a board meeting, a motion is made to enter into a non-public executive session, but based upon your experience and training, you believe the subject is not exempt from the open meeting law? How would you proceed?
I can only advise. I would explain what my understanding is, but it's the board's purview to enter executive session if that's what they so choose. I'm not looking to be a roadblock. I only try to advise to the best of my knowledge. So I would inform the board that I believe it and why I believe it, and open it up for discussion. And at the end of that, the board is welcome to choose whichever way they want to go. I'll still be there.
How strongly would you caution them?
How strongly? It's a public meeting, so that would be too strong. I would just state my understanding like I do now. And I would say I would urge against it, or perhaps maybe we can tender to the next meeting. so we can ask someone else.
So you're going to be nice to us, that's great. Okay, thank you so much.
Try.
So we talked a little bit about teamwork, but I wanted to kind of dive in. If you could describe the town administrator's role and relationship specifically with department heads and how you would establish a leadership position for yourself and promote communication and teamwork within, and but just as much across the departments, establishing that teamwork in that level.
Sure. I mean, I think a monthly department head meeting is always important to have, just to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. At these meetings, every department would have to come with what they're working on currently, if they're working with others, what next steps may be, and maybe we can find out how we may help them or how they may cross over, or if somebody has other experiences that they may be able to help with. And then I think you have a larger meeting with all your employees in the town hall, not as regularly, but so that everybody feels like they're being heard and everybody knows that there's someone in leadership listening to what they're doing and if they have any issues, and keeping a round table open.
Great.
Mark?
Before we move on from that,
Sure.
sorry, hang on. So you talked about gathering department heads all together regularly. I believe you said once a month. And then as far as interacting with them individually, what would that look like individually with department heads?
Well, I think it's good to always be checking in departments. I don't think it's bad to be walking into the department asking how everybody's doing from time to time. You don't do it too much so they don't feel overwhelmed, but I feel pretty comfortable going to departments, saying how are you doing, what's going on, maybe asking questions. You get to know people that way, and you can spend some time, asking them questions about themselves, and that's how they get to know you. I have a very open door policy to everything, and I'm not a quiet manager. I will go out there and say hello to everybody, so I think that's kind of how you build that rapport, and people get to know you too, and I think that's a good thing as well.
Great.
If I could just piggyback on that a little bit, what experiences do you have and expertise do you have in, for example, managing all of the paperwork that is we are responsible for with the DOR,
Sure.
setting the tax rate, the recap sheet, and ensuring that the individuals who are supposed to be contributing that data, do it in a timely fashion?
To that level, I can't speak to that.
Okay.
I am used to dealing with a lot of reporting
Mm-hmm.
in general. So I know how to keep organized, I know how to build the schedule ahead of time. I know that pre-planning needs to start at least 6 months beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I would treat any process like that, is making sure that we're looking at it 6 months before we even have to consider it, so that we can set it up to be ready for that.
Now, did I see in yours that you are a procurement?
I'm not.
You don't, okay. Thank you.
Procure, but.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thanks so much. I think you're up, Mark.
Yeah, you all set?
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
What do you think of the top challenges facing municipal officials today? Like, what actions would you take to ensure the town government is effectively prepared to face its challenges over the next 5 years?
It's all about trust right now, and it's all about Facebook. I think that's where the transparency comes in. As long as you're regular, keeping information out there, you're making everybody sure that everybody's able to see and attend public meetings. You're keeping an open door policy with residents. You're having follow-ups. You're attending meetings outside of just board selectmen. You're also attending meetings, let's say, with the school committee or other boards in the town, to make sure that you're communicating with them as well. It's getting communication open at every level. So once you start building that, there's less questions, there's less concern about hiding stuff or omitting stuff, or not being very clear to the public what's going on.
Do you think there are specific challenges that the town of Barre has that you really need to be addressed?
I mean, we always need to keep growing. I think that's important. We always need to find new avenues for funding. That's always important. I think that have to be a priority.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that actually ties in well with the next question. What experience have you had in administering various grant programs, and what success have you had in attaining grants for various projects in a municipality?
So I'm a big proponent of grants. Mini grants are just as good as big grants. I like multi-year grants, obviously. The success is measured by whether those can get renewed or those can be built on. And it takes a lot of pre-planning, but it also takes a lot of dedicated effort to those projects. And I think a lot of people don't realize that when they go into those types of funding is the time involved, and not just getting, but keeping. So I do understand that, and I think that's been my success is my grants are always renewed, or I'm giving grants because of my performance in the grants that I already have. So I think that would speak to my success.
So would you say you'd be comfortable, working with department heads, helping them find grants, helping them, working through those grants, communicating with them to get information needed for those? And
Yeah. I think an important role for me would be being part of those meetings where you'd be discussing where funding can be found and how I can help. And, starting to cultivate that, or maybe being able to point people in the right direction at the same time. I know enough of the people out there where I could at least ask if I didn't. I have a pretty good network. And I'm not embarrassed to ask if I didn't know the answer. So, as long as I could be a part of that, that'd be great.
Great.
Okay. If selected for this position, if you're a successful candidate, when would you be available to actually assume the position?
I'd probably need about 3 weeks.
If we could just back up for a second. What experience do you have with any collective bargaining? Have you been involved in that in any way?
Not on the municipality side. In the private sector, I did, but those were more local unions, but not in the municipality.
Okay.
Okay, I guess the question for you is, what questions do you have for us?
So I guess the most important question I would ask is, if you saw someone, if you consider someone was doing excellent in this position, let's say in 6 months, a year, what does that look like to you?
What does it look like to, well, I will not answer for the board, I'll answer for myself. What would it look like to me? There would be strong presence in that office. There would be an individual with the capacity, okay, and the courage to do what is necessary in order to bring the town to its best possible position. So sometimes that means telling the select board, you guys really should consider this. We now have an evaluation process, and that evaluation process demonstrates to us that you need to take action on this particular situation. And it's probably not going to be politically fun for you, but you've got to do it. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for strength, perseverance, competence, that's all. No, because if you have no courage, please don't come and work here. Because this is a job like any other leadership job where you have to do stuff that's sometimes difficult. Because when you're in a small community, people know people and they feel, there's some camaraderie. And if you have to say to someone that I think is pretty cool, hey, that person is a problem. You need to let me fix it. You have to say that to me. And that's what happens in small towns, Who knows Maureen? Who's Maureen related to? Absolutely no one. That's a good thing about me. So that being said, I mean, it's really important for me to see courage, to see a person who manages people with the most respect possible, but with the expectation that if you don't work in Barre. It's a great place to work, but if you don't work, you're not gonna work here. That's the way I look at it. I really want somebody who takes the bull by the horns and, helps us to do what we need to do, but positions us to do it properly through legal channels, not doing something crazy.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
I would say, what I'm really looking for, there are probably three things, right? We're going to look at how things are being handled financially, making sure that things are being done on time from the financial side, that stuff is being brought together, grant funding especially, that, we're in a position where we're seeking and we're being competitive for those. I think that's a key thing that we need to build on. Then culturally, you mentioned having an open door policy, being able to have that transparency, that communication, making sure that we are, even if the public doesn't agree with everything, we're at least communicating everything. And then third, the administrative, being able to work with the individuals, bring everyone together as a team, and that there's some, I don't expect that to happen immediately, or, but like that there's some, I think you said 6 months, that there's some, progress towards that it is becoming a team that can work together, that can communicate between departments when there's road construction going on that could inhibit people from getting to a polling location on polling day. We know about that in advance because there's communication between those departments, type of thing. So being able to really work that administrative aspect.
What I'm looking for is, mostly is more along the lines of, without repeating what Maureen said, basically taking the bull by the horns, doing the right thing, putting your foot down when needed, follow procedures, bylaws, follow all that. And again, no particular friends of anybody, just do your job and do the right thing, that's all.
That's all.
So just everything.
No,
I understand.
that's one of our biggest problems here.
I'm an enforcement officer, so
You got it.
I understand.
I guess, what other questions might you have for us?
At this time, that is it.
Okay.
I know the town pretty well, so.
Yeah, you do. All right, well, I guess that being said, we thank you for coming here this evening. We thank you for being part of our community already and working with our public health situation and the public health personnel that we have here. And you've made some really good decisions during COVID and really made some things better for the town, so we're happy about that.
Could someone bring me up to speed on
We don't talk about COVID
your
anymore.
communication here? I don't, or your participation in the town, I don't know anything about.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in the dark on this one.
Okay, he's part of our collaborative group, but go ahead.
So we provide public health services and human services to the town.
Mhm.
We provide it through grant funding. It's free for the town to use the service. And we do a lot of things from inspections to complaints to helping with any procedures that are annual. And we kind of just grow, and it's been going on for about 3 years now. It's a long-term project. We anticipate it going to about 2038.
Wow, it's a long-term project.
I know what I'm doing with the grants.
And with that, your affiliation is with the...
So I work for the town of Leicester.
Lester, and we have an intergovernmental
Yeah, I was
services
trying to
agreement
find
with
that.
that.
I couldn't...
It's right here. He's the Director of Health and Human Services, so he's the Director of 9 municipalities.
Oh, okay,
We're
all
one
right,
of the-
all right.
We're one of the
Gotcha,
municipalities.
Gotcha.
I know all your interests too. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we're good, and again, thank you so much for taking the time to make application to the position, and we appreciate your commitment currently, and hope that maybe we'll work together some other ways.
Thank you very much, Ruth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Right up here.
Yeah, Michael Szlosek is here. He's
Hello.
got 20 years of municipal experience as well as being an attorney
Hi, Mike.
and most
Greg
recently
Van, I'm the interim.
in a community in
Good to meet you.
Connecticut.
We met before. You look familiar.
I've been around forever,
Okay.
maybe even longer than that.
Michael's just shared with us that he's not feeling quite well, so if he excuses himself quickly, it's not because he doesn't like us.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
Completely
no, please,
understand.
we feel sorry that you're not
Sorry.
feeling well.
Tried your food poisoning.
Oh, boy.
Not a good thing.
No.
Okay, so just welcome, Michael. Thank you for traveling, and I appreciate you being here, even though you're not feeling well. It takes that's a little bit of effort, so thank you. Would you ask, we'd like you to just tell us a little bit about yourself, specifically your career and your background, education, and something about who you are as a person.
All right. Start at the beginning.
Sure.
I'm an MBA in finance. I have a law degree from Boston University, and I practiced for a while. I got into municipal government as a volunteer, volunteering on almost everything in my hometown in Dagle. And when the position became available, I became the town administrator.
Mm-hmm.
I was there for around 5 years. I left probably for the wrong reason. They didn't pay particularly well, but when I went to another town, in retrospect, I wish I had never left that first job. I love that job. But I've been a town manager in Athol and in Oxbridge.
Mm-hmm.
Most recently, I was in Sterling as the town administrator. And for the past 5.5, 6 years, I was in Enfield, Connecticut as the Assistant Director of Public Works. I left management for a while because I had some issues with my family, specifically my grandmother who was in the process of passing. So I had to make frequent trips out to the Cape to see her, and it wasn't working with night meetings most nights.
Okay, I understand.
But now I'm getting back into it. I'm trying to.
And so you're interested in coming to the little town of Barre
Absolutely.
and so forth, and we'll be asking you what, why us? Why were you thinking that we would be a good fit? And but we'll go through some other questions first. So an individual question about, please share with us what you did to prepare for today's interview. And what do you know about Barre?
I looked at your financials. I've been through the town many times. Frequently come out this way.
When you said you looked at our financials, could you be more specific?
I looked at all of the financial reports that were available online
Uh-huh.
and your budget.
And you thought,
I don't know. I don't know even why I thought.
well, and you looked at them and you said, gee, they're well-financed in here, gee, they're not so well-financed
Yeah,
here.
they look like you have a reasonable budget. I don't know, I couldn't find much about your capital plan, but I assume you have one.
Did you look on the DOR on us and try to find out what's our per capita income? What do we pay for schools? What do we pay for police? Did you do any of that
I
kind of
didn't
work?
do that.
You didn't? Okay, just kind of curious. Thank you so much.
Yep, sure. Could you just tell us a little bit about your understanding of this job? What the challenges are, the opportunities, the problems that you expect would come up, and why you should be considered for the position?
Well, being a town administrator is in its way a little harder than being a town manager because I'm assuming you have a lot of independent boards and authorities, and not everybody reports to the town administrator like a town manager.
Right.
So it is a little bit tougher of a job. You have to be a little more diplomatic. You can't tell, you have to ask. And that's an important thing to note. And it's harder to get things done for the public when they come in. You've got to deal with other boards and committees and just be more of a facilitator than a manager in many cases. So it's that kind of a job. I've done both jobs, and they're similar but not the same.
Okay,
And just the other part of that, why you should be considered for this position?
I have a lot of experience.
Yeah.
I've done this in a number of towns for many years. And I've got a good skill set. I'm very up on procurement, municipal law, budgeting. I've done many town budgets. I've done a lot of reporting. If you choose me, you'll be getting a lot of information every week on what's going on. I'm very detail-oriented. I'm very process-oriented. I like to have written procedures in place in every department, at least every department I have authority over, so that people come and go over the years. Procedures stay there, and you have some sort of continuity. In my last position in Enfield, we had 3 town managers in 4 years. And every single year we had a different budget process. Started at different times, had different procedures. One year I was doing this, another year I was doing this. One year I was entirely responsible for all the capital plan. The next year, the town manager took it over herself. So, I'd like to be consistent.
Yeah, so just on that, you talk a little bit about having procedures in place. As a town administrator, how do you keep those alive, so to speak, and not just, something that's written and left on a shelf?
Well, you review them regularly with the managers that are actually enacting them. I like to have pretty frequent meetings with the major departments, police, fire, DPW. I would expect to have an hour or so every week, one-on-one with the department manager, so I know exactly what's going on, and both so I'm aware of it, but also so that I can aid them if there are issues. Different department managers have different strengths. I had a police chief once, I'm the mentioned in town, very strong administrator, but no good at personnel management. So I had to step in and do a lot of that for him. You help where you can with your departments.
Are you currently working as the business operations manager in 2020 currently?
No.
You're not?
The position was eliminated
Okay.
in Enfield. We had a $10 million budget hole. What happened is the town council had used all the ARPA money for operating expenses, and this year there was no operating, there was no ARPA money, so
The structural deficit was huge.
$10 million.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a good management practice.
I know it's certainly
So
not.
They eliminated the entire capital plan, and a lot of that capital plan was the project management was done by me, so they said, well, I guess we won't need you as much anymore, Mike. And my position was at one point they were talking about eliminating the entire Public Works administration team, except for the DPW director. Now, in Enfield, Public Works has 160 employees. It's
It's a big operation.
it's a very big operation because we're responsible not just for municipal buildings, but also all of the schools. The superintendent and the staff there, they go into the buildings and teach and do whatever they do. As far as the
Teach.
building, as far as the building is concerned, that's DPW's problem. If they're out of toilet paper, they call the director of Public Works and say, get somebody in here. Everything having to do with the custodians, the maintenance of the building, all under Public Works. I had 60 custodians.
Well,
Most of whom were in the school.
Well, interesting. So you were a town administrator in Sterling,
I was.
and then went to Enfield to be the operations manager.
Yes.
Why? Well,
Sterling has a lot of committees and a lot of meetings, and I was there every night.
I hear you.
And that was the period I mentioned before. I had
Family issues.
I had family issues that
Right.
my grandmother has since passed,
Yeah.
but that's why I left. No, in Sterling, I would be there usually till 10 o'clock at night, and we had 4 meeting rooms on the second floor, and sometimes they were all full. And, I'd be in the Economic Development Committee, and I'd get a knock on the door. Conservation Commission wants to speak to you. Can you go over there? And I'm the Conservation Commission, and speaking with them. Another knock on the door. The Finance Committee wants to see you, or some other committee.
Small town.
It was, just a lot of that, and it just was too much.
I understand. Yeah, okay. I think then, moving on, John, are you all set?
Yes.
Okay, I think, Mark, you're up.
Yeah, given the size, location, demographics of our community, what do you consider the key issues? And what actions would you take to address them?
Well, one issue, I know you're very reliant on non-business property taxes. I know there's not a whole lot of economic activity here outside of residences. And that can be a problem. As the prices go up, people can't deal with that. So it's really important to have a really tight budget. Because I don't think that's going to change. I mean, there may be some things that would be beneficial to bring in, mostly taking advantage of all of the natural environment and recreational activities. But aside from that, I don't see any way to really generate large increases in revenue. And it's just got expensive. I mean, what did we have last year? Almost 10% inflation. That's got to be recognized somewhere in the budget. And people can't afford to see 10% increases in their property taxes.
It says, well, what actions would you take to address these matters?
Tight budgeting, really working that budget and bringing in a balanced budget without really relying on more tax revenues. You know that I was in Athol, and Athol is not a wealthy community. That was a tough budget. I had to work sometimes over and over and over again, meeting with department heads over small amounts of money.
That's interesting, because they have a regional school district there.
They do.
It is probably the most highly funded state, regional school district in the Commonwealth. Many of us sit around and say, wow, they're lucky. They also, have access to lots of grants because of their SES and their per capita income issues. So when I look at Athol, and I look at, what happens there based upon schools, which is a big part of the budget, to say nothing of their fire department.
It's actually not a big part of the budget there.
Well, it's because the state pays it all.
When I was
They do. They pay a nickel on every dollar.
Yeah, their school budget was $2.9 million, which is probably considerably smaller than yours. They do get a lot of funding from the school, no question about that. And while I was there, they built the new elementary school. But aside from that, just running the town, the average tax bill there was, when I was there, was maybe $2,200.
My gosh, that's
Well,
all.
yeah. And they also, of course, they've had in the past a lot of economics with Starrett, and now they have a great big marijuana deal going there.
Yeah.
And so they do have some access to some old mill property that's been generating some significant revenues for them.
That was not generating any revenue when I was there.
Yeah.
The old Union Twist Drill.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
weren't there at that time, right?
They went out in '85, I think.
Mhm.
And Bill
Yes.
Purple owned the building.
Yes, it did.
When I was there, they were constantly behind on their tax. Payments, typically 3 years behind. And I discussed it with them. I didn't want to take that building because we had no use for it.
Yeah, right.
Right.
They couldn't sell it, so I certainly won't be able to sell it.
They're growing marijuana there now.
Well, now they have Now, when I was there, they were using part of it for some storage, but
Yep.
that was about all I had.
Yeah.
Uh,
So you're saying that tightening the budget would be the first priority?
Well, keeping a tight budget and keeping spending within the town's means.
Mhm. And grant, have you had some experience in grant, acquiring grants?
Oh, yes.
Looking for grants? Can you
Yes.
give us some examples?
That 1 year in Athol, I had a really tight budget. I had a $25,000 budget. Well, that's what I needed to plug. And I had, and I worked that budget, and I finally said, look, we're gonna have to have a couple of furlough days. And I gave that option to every department. I think it was 3 furlough days, or you have to lose an employee. Every department except for DPW chose furlough days.
Mhm.
DPW, I had to give notice that I would have to lay someone off. And then I found a grant. It was be eligible for you, had to have a certain percentage, I forget what the cutoff was, increase in your assessment from the regional school, and we were above that. And I applied for the grant, and I got $50,000. Apparently, it was the only one in the state that applied for it.
Mhm.
So that plugged my budget hole.
Mhm.
I still lost the DPW guy because he had found another job by then, but
Mhm.
I got that grant, I canceled the furlough days. I was always looking for grants.
Mhm.
We actually had a grant manager that worked part-time for our planning board, the planning department, that looked for grants. And we applied for them and we would find them.
Mhm.
I think she's retired. She was with Breezeway Fund Consulting.
No. We heard that.
They're on the other side of the reservoir, on 202.
Mark, can you start with that?
Yeah.
What do you view as the primary role of the town administrator in this town?
In this town, to be the representative of the Board of Selectmen, to keep you informed and to carry out your policies. And then on a day-to-day basis, that would mean interacting with other departments, with other grants of power, and to some extent being a mediator when necessary. I don't know if you have those sorts of problems with each of the departments, but I know in Ludlow we had tremendous problems with conflicts between the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Public Works. Those were resolved at town meeting last year. The Board of Public Works, the Board of Selectmen sponsored an article and had them basically eliminated and took over the control of Public Works. But at the time, it was difficult going back. Now, at my level, I got along swimmingly with the Director of Public Works. We worked together very well, and didn't let the conflict between the boards. We basically smooth things over under the table, other than what was going on publicly. Things still ran well.
One thing that you did mention in your sort of description between what a town manager is responsible for versus a town administrator, and indicating that there is challenges when you have a lot of other elected boards that don't really, sort of, we're not really managed by the select board. We have a DPW commission that's very different, and we have this elected individuals. We have, a planning board that's elected. We have obviously a regional school district that has its own thing going. So we don't sit with atop of a hierarchy where we have the position power, okay, to just wave our magic wand and say, you, and you do this. And the town administrator's responsibility is to figure out a way to get everyone working toward common goals and good purpose.
Absolutely.
So
Very similar
tell
to-
me how you would think about doing that, coming into a
Well, I
community.
did that for, about 5 years in Ludlow, because that's the kind of government Ludlow had and still
Mhm.
has.
Mhm.
It's changed a little bit.
So you were town administrator there.
Town administrator there, we had an elected board of public
Okay,
works.
I gotta find you where
elected
your-
assessors,
where your
we had
level
elected,
is.
Planning board.
Okay.
We had elected town clerk, elected treasurer, elected collector. So that we had all of those different departments
Mhm.
that did not report to me. I was in the building, I was responsible for the building, I was responsible for their offices, but they didn't report to me. And the way you get along with them is just being a reasonable person and talking things out.
Okay.
I really, my whole time anywhere, I've only gotten in one argument with an elected official, and he apologized to me a couple of days later, because it was exactly what I said was going to happen happened. What he had done is he put an article in a town meeting to re-level one of his employees.
Re-level, put
Yes.
into a different,
From a clerk 2 to a clerk 3,
okay,
to give her a raise.
okay.
And I said, you can't do that. And he started yelling at me, why can't I do that? I'm doing it to help her. And I said, you're going to have a union after you. You're going to get a grievance.
Mhm.
And a few days later, he came with the grievance and said, what do I do?
You've had experience then in negotiations
Absolutely.
and contract negotiations and so forth? Okay.
Yes, many contracts.
Okay.
And
John, I think
I've
you,
only got to the JLMC once,
you only have what?
the Joint Labor Management.
Oh, I thought you said JLC. I thought you said
No, no.
jail once. I was going to say.
No,
JLC. Okay, I'm with you.
No.
I'm there now, so I'll let you know how I think it is. At
Oh.
at the JLC with the police
No,
department.
that's where, if you can't settle the police.
Yes, I understand what it is. I'm there. I meant I'm really there.
Oh, okay.
I'm really there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
I won, by the way.
Well, I hope I can say the same thing to somebody across the table someday, and I don't know if that will be the case for me, but anyway.
All right. So we often hear the words transparency and accountability applied to local government. What does this mean to you if you were the town administrator?
That means that everything is discussed in the open, nothing happens behind closed doors. You're going to get reports on a regular basis from me. They're going to be online so that anybody can read them with information, unless there's reasons. Obviously, nothing on the negotiations is going to go in a public document until they're over. But I'm big on communication and transparency and putting things online where people can read them. You have a pretty decent website. Not every town does. But I did notice that it needs some updating. There's stuff from notices of things happening in 2021 on there.
Mhm.
And I would certainly want to look at that. And would I be responsible for updating the website, or do you have someone else that does that?
Gee, if you're saying you'd love the job, that'd be a good thing for you to do. Right now, we are working with a company to make modifications into the whole structure of it. And it's really much more easily managed these days than it used to be when that particular website was put in practice. So we're doing something more user-friendly as, time goes on, but obviously we will be looking for, some way to manage change, it's the changes that go on in a website and so forth, but.
I
I
started
think-
the job when I was in Sterling, so I have to be fairly good at it.
Yeah, I think to answer your question as far as maintaining and continually updating the website, I think that's something that we're kind of grappling with right now, is how we, where our technology and communications is going to be going forward. So,
What's it, John?
yeah.
Okay, moving on to, the next question is mine.
Oh, actually, no,
Okay.
sorry, I
thought
think that was good on the,
quick.
right. I think that's great on the transparency. If you could just address a little more on the accountability, both for departments, within the people, working in those departments, but also for yourself.
Certainly, the first thing I wanted to do if I get this job is to meet and discuss expectations and what what's my to-do list? And I want that in writing. I'm going to prepare it for you to be signed off by you, and it'll be discussed regularly, so that you can see that I'm getting done what needs to be done, what you need to do. I think that's very important, to have a set of marching orders. And I will certainly expect to be called on anything that I don't achieve. Now, as far as accountability for departments, I expect the department heads to take care of that internally, and I in turn will meet regularly with the department heads and talk about expectations, and if those aren't met, talk about if necessary consequences. I've had very few occasions to fire a department head, but it has happened. I had and I won't, again, I don't want to be specific to the town, but I had a town clerk, and he was brought in before I was there because there had been some issues with elections, and that was his specialty. And fortunately, he was not an organized person. And when I got in, first I asked him for a list of accepted bylaws. We didn't have one. I said, how do we know what we've accepted and what we haven't? Because I started looking back, and certain bylaws, state statutes had been accepted. One was accepted three different times over a 25-year period. Because nobody's keeping track of this. So I gave him that job, and a couple weeks later, I said, "Have you prepared that?" No. Several times, and then I said, "Look, I'm going to have to put you on a performance improvement plan. I'd like you to meet." And I set up a meeting with him, and he showed up with a lawyer. I said, "No, this isn't going to work," and I didn't renew his appointment. The next year, technically, I didn't fire him, but I effectively did. You've got to be accountable for your own department, and things weren't happening. And I ended up, my secretary and I compiled the list I needed. It took me some time, but it was something that had to be done. And after I was let go, or after he was let go, I found things were worse than I even thought, because we were finding marriage certificates and birth certificates misfiled and stuck in books, and just not, it wasn't even what he needed to do.
Well, perhaps you've already answered the question that I'm going to ask. Please describe the most difficult experience you have had during your professional career. Looking back, would you have handled it differently? What did you learn from the experience, and how have you grown as a result of that experience?
That wasn't the worst one. The worst one was a police sergeant. She was having some real personal issues, and she was suffering from PTSD. She had been overseas in Iraq, and was not effective as a leader. And it came to a head when she, late at night, decided to post all kinds of negative information about and allegations of a sexual nature about her, the officers under her command. And at that point, I had to have a meeting with her and the chief, and that was the chief who was not good at personnel. And we sat down and discussed it with her, and I said, "I'm going to have to put you on leave." And the chief said, "I need your badge, you can keep your gun." And I said, "Keep your gun," because I was terrified that she'd go and use that herself. I wasn't worried that she would do something else, but we tried very hard to get her services, but she ended up leaving. Now, at the same time this was happening, I knew about her medical issues. The rest of the police officers did not know about it, so they thought I was going too easy on her. They grieved her they grieved her suspension because they wanted her fired, not suspended. I've never experienced a union that filed a grievance for more severe punishment. But that ended all right for the town. I ended up getting her retired. She did not sue the town. She sued the police union, though. And I was called several years later to be a witness. I don't know if she won or not. After I was a witness, I really didn't look into it any further.
So last part of the question is, how have you grown as a result of this experience?
I learned that, particularly from the point of view of the union, you don't know everything. You don't know what the circumstances are in people's lives, and you have a little more empathy when things like that happen.
Okay, thank you. Mark, I think you're up
Yeah.
to 25.
Could you please take a few minutes to tell us why you should be the next town administrator? And what attributes set you apart from other candidates?
First, I'd like the town to mention, I'm up to this area fairly often, so I know the area quite well. I've been in the area for at least an hour, which is not too far from here. So I'm familiar with the area, but I'm also very experienced as a manager. I've had this, as he said, about 20 years. And in various roles, I have the skill set. Being in a small town like this, you've got to be a jack of all trades. And I've gotten a pretty broad skill set. I know my finance, I obviously know the laws. I don't know, your town council do they bill by the hour, or are they?
KP, yes, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, you got the KP, they are not cheap.
No lawyer is, I guess.
Well, I would be. I'd be a retainer. But no, in many cases, I brought the legal bills down substantially because I don't have to call for a lot of things, and a lot of things I can do myself. So that is a helpful thing when you're on a tight budget. I've worked with KP before, and they're good. But with specific time.
We've just transferred from our town attorney who retired to KP, so we haven't had a lot of things that we've dealt with them in the past, year. Only been here with us a year, not even a year.
Yeah, less than that.
Primarily town meeting warrant
Yeah,
review.
yeah.
Occasionally other legal issues.
Yeah.
And if you feel it's necessary to do warrant review, that's fine, but I'm perfectly capable of doing that. And I've written a lot of warrants, and right now I'm working on the logo town meeting. I'm the moderator there, so I'm reviewing the warrant.
Is that an elected or appointed position?
Elected. 3
Elected
years.
position.
But nobody ever runs against me.
John, I think is your question. Well, I guess it's me.
It's yours, yep.
Yeah. What do you feel is most appropriate? A public manager who is a visionary and a leader of the parade, or a manager who works quietly to achieve the goals of the political establishment?
The latter.
The latter.
I'm not elected, you are. You set the policies.
So you're the manager, and we're the leaders. Okay.
Policy makers anyway.
Okay. That answers the question.
Yeah. Sorry, just before I jump into the next one, taking in that more of a manager aspect, how do you think that would benefit the town and position? Like how would that operation, operating in that manner? I'm just curious.
I think that
Yeah.
you are the policymakers, you set the policy. It's my job to make sure that things get done and done behind the scenes. As I've said, I've done both jobs, and I kind of enjoy being more behind the scenes than not. For example, in my hometown, nobody ever knew who the town administrator was.
Mhm.
I mentioned her after I left, because I knew her well. She had actually worked for me previously, and most people didn't even know who the town administrator was. Certainly when you're a manager, you're prominent, especially in Athol. I was on the front page of the Athol Daily News pretty much every day for something or other. I found it very effective. I get calls all the time from a reporter, and I would just basically send him a written response that he usually used verbatim. So I got to write the articles about myself, so that was nice.
So I guess just one more on that. How does that affect, communicating the vision to the department heads? How do you effectively do that from that standpoint?
Generally, as I said, I could do one-on-ones pretty much every week with the major departments, and at least once a month with the smaller ones. I mean, you don't have to meet for an hour with the town clerk every week, but it doesn't hurt to meet on a regular basis and know what the issues are in the department, and what resources they need. If is there new technology that we need to plan for in the capital plan? Just do it on a retail level. We actually forge relationships with the departments.
Yeah.
And you'll find I have an absolutely open door policy. If any citizen wants to come in and talk to me, they're going to talk to me.
Yeah.
I'll make time. And sometimes they just vent. I had a call one time when I felt really bad for the lady. She had just purchased a house, and we had a major flooding event. It all drained down into that part of town. It was the lowest part of town, and everything backed up. And the house that she just purchased had an illegal drain installed into the storm sewer system without a backflow preventer. So when all that flooding caused, her whole backyard flooded and into her cellar, and she felt the town was responsible. And she just went off at me for about half an hour, and I let her. Because I felt bad for her. If she needs to take this off her chest, I'm willing to sit here and take it. Because it was a sad situation, and I felt terrible for her. She had all kinds of stuff in her basement that hadn't even been unpacked yet.
Yeah.
So I'll talk. I will help you if I can, and if just letting off steam helps, I'll do that too.
Great. So the next question, what does community development mean to you? How would you get involved in our community? And could you give us any examples of previous community involvement?
Well, by community development, you mean economic development?
I think that's a part of it, but
All right.
more of the community as a whole.
Well, I would strive to become a member of the community, be present not just, I guess, Monday through Thursday here, which is, but on the weekends and be in the area and meet people, and when there are events, to be at them. As far as economic development, that's really something that the board needs to decide on. Some towns don't want a lot of development, and I don't know how it is here. How we should sometimes just want to preserve the character of the town the way it is. That's why they live there.
I think that's actually something we're currently addressing with, we're working on a master plan, and we're trying to bring community into that process.
I think a master plan is a good thing if you use it. Too many places I've seen do the master plan, set it on the shelf, and then they don't even think about it till 10 years later and say we need to do a new master plan, because ours is 10 years out of date. Most of the things that you said would happen didn't happen. So it's really important to keep that as a living document.
Yep.
We did a master plan, our planning board in Ludlow did it, I think 3 or 4 years ago, and I haven't heard a thing about it since. And it's unfortunate, because we spent, I think, about $75,000 on it.
Okay, Mark,
Where am I here?
35.
Yeah, now, how do you encourage teamwork in the workplace? And how do you encourage staff to promote teamwork in their departments? And how do you deal with a subordinate that is not a team player?
Well, I think it's important that, that we have regular, all-staff meetings, about once a month or so, and have everyone, I would have everyone talk about the issues in the departments, and encourage suggestions, and in some cases, help from other departments. You know, if there's a department that has some physical problems, you know, infrastructure issues, you know, having the DPW there and say, you know, Bob or whoever's the head of Public Works is there anything you can do? Do you have any help that you can provide with this? Or go back and forth. But it's regular. It's important that you treat them as a team, that all of the departments as a team and meet together and discuss. Otherwise, they're just doing their things separately in separate offices, and they don't interact that much. You have to encourage interaction and have. I don't want it to be too social, but social enough so people have some time to talk among themselves. Usually I ask people to get there a little early and just socialize. Because there's a lot of cases there's no reason for the town clerk to speak to the treasurer. They're in the same building, but in separate offices doing their own thing, and that's not conducive to building a team. Now you asked about a difficult person. Depends who it is. I've had issues with people in the past, and it depends where if they were elected, they were elected. I'm not going to do a thing about that. That's the voters' choice. I can't do anything with that. I had an example. I had a town accountant, and he had one thing, he was 6'8", very tall man, very large man, and he had a very gruff demeanor. And I just had to sit him down one time and said, you've got to understand, you're physically intimidating the female staff here. Because I had complaints that he just was very, very abrupt and gruff, and they were afraid to be around him. And I had to sit him down and say, look, Jim, you're a very large man. You're very intimidating. And the female staff had mentioned that to me, and I'd like you to try and address this. And it helped a little bit, not too much. He was a decent accountant.
Okay. This is probably a silly question because you've really answered it 4 times. But what happens when, in your opinion, which is of course one that has much legal background with it, on a given subject differs from that of the governing body, that be us? What if during a board meeting a motion is made to enter into a non-public executive session based upon your experience and training, that you believe the subject is not exempt from the open meeting law? How would you proceed?
I would absolutely advise you of that and cite the specific laws. I will always make sure the board is protected legally, but at the end of the day,
we could be dumb enough. We could be dumb enough.
Yeah. You're the
Got
boss. I have a lot of problems with open meeting violations in Sterling. It was like a game there.
Oh.
People just tried to trip up the board of selectmen, so we were very, very clear on it. I actually had one, technically you're supposed to ask if anyone if anyone's recording. And one time we had a guy come in, and before anybody said something, held up the said, I'm recording the session. And as a result, the chair did not ask the question. He was recording. He complained to the state, and the state upheld it.
Oh. Well,
So we were very much into
I thought that would be the answer from you.
Yes, but There will be points when I will advise the board as to something, and you will not agree with me, and at that point, I'll say, thank you. I've given you my opinion.
Good luck
do
to
it.
you. That's what you'd say, right?
Honestly, the worst time that happened was I had a candidate for building inspector, and there were several candidates that the board was going to be interviewing, and I talked to the town administrators where they worked before, and one of the candidates was a friend of one of the selectmen, and I found out he had been fired in his previous town for dishonesty. He was submitting expense reports and changing the numbers quite dramatically, which is out and out theft. And I advised the board about it privately, and they hired him anyway.
Well, anyway,
He was terrible.
moving on, John, you wanna?
So, I know you've kind of answered this already, but we'll, just reaching back into the teamwork aspect and focusing more specifically on the department heads. Describe the town administrator's role and relationship with department heads and how you would establish, that leadership position and also promote communication and teamwork across those departments.
Well, as I said, the town administrator has to be both a leader of the people he directly supervises, but you also have to be a facilitator and somewhat of a diplomat with the departments that you don't to achieve things. I certainly, when I have departmental meetings, I invite all the elected officials. If they don't come, they don't come. I'm not going to follow up on that. That is their choice. I never really had problems with that. Pretty much everybody showed up. But if you're elected, you have your own independent grant of power. And I know what that's like. I'm an elected official in my own town. So, and I appreciate when I'm respected for that. People put yourself out before the voters, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Mark?
Yeah. What do you think of the top, challenges facing municipal officials today? And what actions would you take to ensure the town government is effectively prepared to face these challenges over the next 5 years?
I think it's particularly difficult for smaller towns like this is the continuing number of mandates, things you have to do that cost money, and still do all the things you were already doing. Just so many new rules are coming in. I know for example, all your snowplows and such, you're going to have to, within the next 15 years or so, they're going to be electric, which means infrastructure. And I don't know if or by the Public Works building, I don't know if it has even the surface level to charge a bunch of trucks and things like that. All kinds of new requirements as far as the environment, as far as I was looking at it.
So basically unfunded mandates.
Unfunded mandates, yeah, that's a good way to put it. In fact, that's a better way to put it. That's a big problem. Being hard, particularly in smaller towns, because you can't achieve the economies of scale that larger communities can to meet them. You've got to file the same reports they do, and you don't have the staff to do it. And you just, having worked for a while in Public Works, just the amount of environmental reporting we had to do for our closed transfer station, for everything. Bridges that need to be repaired, dams that need to be repaired.
Let's not talk about dams.
Technically, we don't.
No, technically we don't.
And I feel the spillway had to be dredged every 5 years.
Mhm.
And the amount of time it took with the engineering, the costs, the surveys, by the time we got it dredged, we had to start all over again
Mhm.
to prepare for the next one. It was something that became a
Mhm.
full-time job almost.
Well, that was uplifting.
Sorry.
No, I know you're right. Unfunded mandates are damaging, there's no
Yeah.
question about it. I guess we're at the, Mark, you have your last question. Do you have any follow-up on that?
No, no.
Okay, so
I
moving
have
on.
a quick, I was just going to jump on 45.
Sure.
I know you did touch on this a little bit, but just looking back on the experiences you've had administering various grant programs and successes you've had in attaining grants for municipalities, if you could just speak more to that, to what you'd be looking to do as far as grants go.
Let's see what you're eligible for. I
Mhm.
need to see what the funding was there. It's very easy now because of the economics of the town. There's a lot available. But really, there's other stuff out there. I gotta,
We had an EJ area that disappeared with the last census.
oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so we don't have any environmental justice areas. So it's a little more difficult now. But,
Well, I had a lot of luck in Ludlow. Now, it helped, at the time, our state rep was pretty high up and he could help us. But we got some very good grants to do the downtown area. About $1 million a year for 4 years. And we did a whole streetscape. We put in new curbing, granite curbing, new roads with impressed sidewalk, crosswalks, planters, facades for some of the buildings. We had, so we got a lot done. Decorative lighting. Only thing I couldn't get done is taking the overhead power lines down.
Yeah.
Because
that's a beast of a project anytime.
they just dragged.
Yeah.
They wanted, I think, $250,000 just to do a study. They said, no, we'll leave them alone. The first phase, we actually put in conduit, and the next 2 phases, we didn't even bother. It wasn't going to happen.
It's an intensive endeavor to do.
I don't know, I used to have Senator Hillary here, who was a tour de force, and
Yes, he was, is, still.
I had, in alcohol, one time I had the unpleasant task of following him, speaking after him. That's not, it's a hard act to follow. put it that way.
He is. Just to sort of wrap up our evening, if you were selected to be the successful candidate, when could you begin work with us?
So we need,
Okay, so you're as soon as possible kind of person?
yeah.
Okay. What questions do you have for the select board?
Interesting. What are you looking for personality in an administrator? Are you looking for someone who's a very dynamic person, or are you looking for more of an administrator? You asked me that question, and I'm kind of wondering, what was the answer you were looking for?
Well, John, do you have a personal, he has
Because
sort of
I
a...
do have a low-key personality.
I don't think personality-wise that it's so much about that. I think there's my big concern is communicating vision. Whether I know that vision is built by the board working with you, and I think to what extent is that vision communicated? And I think your answer was good with working with the department heads, whether it's one-on-one, having those meetings once a month. I think that's a critical thing. What I personally look for, there's kind of 3 areas. There's the financial area, a good, understanding there. And that's, then there's the cultural one. And I think that's one, where I think, having that open door policy, being able to communicate with the public, that's kind of the one where, maybe that is a little bit more of a parade leader, but you can do it from that managerial aspect, if you're able to, still effectively communicate, And then the last area that I have is the administration part, which, again, goes back to those meetings with the individuals. So from those perspectives, I think the managerial one's the only one, is just the cultural side of it, as long as there's open door and open communication. Doesn't have to be a parade leader, so to speak.
I would just quickly say what, I think is important to me as, as a select board member and as a community member, that I want someone who tells me what I need to know, not what I want to hear, with courage. And would also do the same for other people in leadership positions within the community. That from a vision of, if you're the more sophisticated person because you've been around, done this, done that, you've certainly worked in a role as administering town matters longer than all three of us put together. Okay, so we would lean on you, okay, but only until and unless you didn't tell me the truth.
Oh, that's not gonna happen.
I'm just
And
telling you,
I will
that's
also
my
tell
thing.
I will also tell you, for me, you get as much information until you tell me to stop, because I'm going to report everything to the board every week. I usually do a written report every week. Do you meet?
Every other week.
So you'll still get a report from me every week.
So Mark, you have a,
Follow through. Basically, I don't know how to put it. Just the job is very detailed, and I mean, I've just have learned this so much. I've only been on for a few months, and I'm learning every day. But it seems that what I would like to see is someone that just has a direction. They follow through. They know how to handle problems. If you can't go this way, well, we can do it this way. You know what I mean? Someone that can work through problems and just make it beneficial for the town and the taxpayers and
I will tell you this about myself. I'm not someone who would expect to kick the can down the road. And I know this isn't always possible, but I don't like to touch a paper more than once. If I get something across my desk, if I can get it resolved and put it aside and I'm done with it, that's what I want to do. I think that if you put something aside for later and they just keep piling up, and you don't achieve anything.
get backed up for
Yeah,
not
that's-
just months, years.
That's not possible in government. I mean, some things just take time, and I do tend to get a little frustrated with things, and they take longer than I think they should. We just built a new senior center, and I was in the committee in Ludlow. It took 5 years. I think we could have got it done in a couple of years, but it didn't happen. Because everything was rehashed, and it drove me nuts. I knew where we were going to put it because we reviewed all of these sites, and it was the only one that worked. It had everything we needed. We still discussed it for another 6-8 months.
well, I'm not saying some of that won't happen here.
Well, I try and avoid it if I can. I like to get things done and get things over and move on to the next thing.
Well, we want to thank you very much for taking the time to be here. I appreciate you coming, even though you didn't feel tip-top. I know it's
Yeah.
tough to sit there and have to answer questions while you're not feeling well, but thank you so much for doing that and coming here to our little town and speaking about the potential of what you could, what you could provide us for in leadership. So, really
Thank
nice
you.
to have met you.
Thank you. It's very nice to have met all of you.
We'll be in touch. We hope to have our deliberations done on Monday. And then obviously there would be a further, finding out, things from through references and so forth that our company will take care of. So there'll be a background check of sorts.
That's fine.
Okay?
Expected.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Have a
It was
good
nice
night.
to meet you.
Good to meet you.
did?
Plus County, the furthest.
Hopefully you're not gonna drive home tonight.
No, I have a friend that lives in Leominster.
Oh,
Oh,
good,
nice.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
you're just gonna go the other way for a while.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it doesn't take that long.
Oh, that's good,
Yeah.
because I was saying it's a long haul.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for coming down. We're really
Oh,
happy to have you this evening to find out a little bit about your background and about why the interest in Barre from way up there, the North Country.
Well, I've been looking around. I've had a few things, a number of things happen to me in the last 3 years or so, which prompts me to want to make a fresh start.
Okay.
My mom's still alive, so I don't want to be too far away,
Mhm.
you know. But my sister's at primary care of her, so I don't have to worry about that. All I have to do is the fun stuff, you know, go up, visit, take her out for lunch.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good, good
Yeah,
fun stuff.
that kind of thing. So, yeah, I looked at Barre and I'm like, wow, this is really a nice place,
Mm.
you know? Kind of similar to home, in
Mhm.
that, you know, you've got some hills and mountains around here.
Well, they say
you've
more
got-
hills.
Well,
Well, we have some things called mountains, but to you, there'd probably be hills.
Our closest mountain's technically 3 feet too short to be a mountain. but
Really?
Still call it Mount Wachusett anyway.
Anyway,
Yeah, see, in my backyard, I got Mount Washington, so.
oh, well,
yes.
yeah, we're
Yeah,
highly
yeah.
competitive.
That's a little different.
Yeah.
You must be having some cold temperatures, huh?
Oh,
Getting cold up there already.
yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is. It's almost frosty on the car when you go out in the morning.
already, huh?
Yeah.
We haven't had that yet.
Yeah.
Well, let's just get
Painful.
started. I appreciate you coming down so far for the interview, and you've told us a little bit about yourself and your career background. We certainly have access to your resume and so forth. But tell us a little bit about who you are as a person and, why Barre, other than just we have an open position.
Okay, all right. Well, I've always worked, I've always looked at trying to do better, getting an education. I had a child when I was young, I was 20, so anyway, I worked and then you go to school at night. So that's what I did in order to be able to get my bachelor's and get my paralegal certificate. I did take some master's courses as well. I really like education, I like learning. I try and learn something new every day, because that little something can really help you spurn into something else. So I enjoy that. The other thing, I personally, I'm really into cars.
Cars?
Cars,
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, well, and I saw you guys are gonna be having some sort of big car show.
Well, we already had.
We just had
You
one
just
recently.
had one,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, oh, bummer.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll come
So-
around again.
So what did you do to prepare to be here today with us?
Well, I looked at the website,
Mhm.
looking to see, and also looked at like Google Maps, et cetera, to try and get some pictures of what the town looks like. Looking on the website, plus talking to Buzz and the folks there at MRI, and just trying to get a feel for what goes on over here. I know I started looking at the select board meetings. Usually I like looking at those like a day or two before, just so everything is fresh. But I could see as well that, you guys are really looking at getting into economic development, and I've got some experience with that. Some of the other things too that you're looking at, one of the things that I really liked when I got here is seeing that the police department is in the town hall. In Gorham, same thing, police department in the town hall. Except we also had dispatch. I see you're connected out of Rutland. So, so I was looking at that sort of thing because I'd like to see how the pots work and the different pieces there. So, like seeing that there's 2 fire stations, one on, North Road? Or North?
No,
North
down in
Street?
South Barre,
Oh,
North Main
okay.
Street, yeah.
All right, yeah, and then one on Main Street. So, yeah, I looked around at quite a bit of that. The annual town report, I also looked at that, seeing what the budget was like, where the money was going. Seeing as well that you bought a fire truck and 2, yeah. they're not cheap.
No, they're not cheap.
So, yeah, I saw that you did you had to get a loan for those. So, yeah, just looking at different things like that, seeing how you're doing on capital reserve funds, et cetera. Because in Gorham, I did finance and administration,
Mhm.
so I did the HR piece, the collective bargaining agreements. Let me
Mhm.
see, you've got, is it just one that you have here?
No, we have, the DPW is represented by one group, and the fire department is another group, and the police are another group. So
Okay,
we have three
you
different
three.
groups that we work with.
Okay, all right, we just had police and dispatch, and they were together. So, yeah, just taking a look around and seeing what's there, and seeing how my skills would fit in with what you have, what you're looking at doing. And the annual report really gives a good idea of what goes on there when you're seeing what's in the town warrants, because that's basically kind of like your plan on what you want to do. I did read the minutes as well for the Economic Development Committee, and looking at that and how you want to proceed with that. So that's what I've been doing to kind of
I know
prepare
about
for.
us. Okay, great.
Yeah,
Well, I would say that you'll hear from the three of us. My name is Maureen Marshall, Board of Selectmen, and
I'm John Dixon.
nice to meet you,
Nice to
John.
meet you.
Mark Reginus.
Hi, Matt. Nice to meet you.
And,
Nice to meet you.
and you can appreciate the fact that we're a relatively new board. I have the greatest longevity of about 2 years.
Oh,
Yeah.
John is a little over a year, and Mark is about 8 months. So
okay.
we're a brand-new group, and thrilled to be here and understand we have a lot of work to do, and that we're in need of just the right person to be our town administrator to help us in our work to, move Barre forward. So that being said, John, I'm going to give you the next question.
Yeah. If you could just tell us a little about your understanding of this job, what the challenges are, the opportunities, the problems that might come up, and why you should be considered for the position.
Right now, one of the biggest challenges is having like multiple balls in the air, because you're always juggling multiple projects and different things that are going on. I really like doing. And the key is being able to stay organized, so everything gets done on time and gets in on time, especially when it comes to, FEMA or the state, things like that. You've got to have that in on time. So that's something that I really enjoy. I use my calendar to do this, things like that, to make sure that I stay on track. I also really enjoy working with people, with the HR, and talking. I had a good relationship with my department heads, and I would look at doing the same thing here. I always had an open door policy. And I think that's really important, especially when you're looking at trying to find out what's really going on. Sometimes people are quiet, they don't want to say anything. So it takes some time to build that trust, to be able to get that information on how they see things. Because sometimes the way that they see it can be enlightening to the rest of us, and have us thinking sometimes outside the box. So that I really enjoy. And working with the collective bargaining units in order to be able to have, successful agreements. That's really important, because we have to have something that is affordable for the townspeople in the budget, but yet at the same time, you want to be realistic as well with what's going on there. So I know sometimes it can be contentious, but how's your relationship here with them?
Well, depends who you ask. I think very good.
Yeah? Well,
No.
you've got the longevity.
Yeah, I've been here so long. No, I mean, I think we have a really very good open relationship,
Oh,
and
that's good.
sometimes we agree to disagree a little while, but it all works out.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and that's the important thing,
Mhm.
is that you can talk about it. there's something else I'm missing from your question.
The other part of it was why you should be considered for the position, but I think you did kind of touch on that.
Yeah, and what the position is, I mean, you've got to learn a lot about a lot of different things.
Mhm.
But I know one of the things that I firmly believe in is when there's any type of project or anything going on, the more heads that you can have with people who know little bits of what's going on, can really help propel that forward. I did allude to that in my letter of interest. I did talk about the repeater project that we had done in Gorham. And that was a group that I had gotten together and got the different entities with vested interest involved in that. So it came out really successful. I mean, within 12 to 14 months to have something wrapped up with, you know, game plan, agreement with Verizon for the towers, you know, the other property owners, and, you know, which includes the town and Mount Washington. We had to make an agreement with them because we were first of the rock pile over there. So doing that, plus getting the funding. Always really on top of things with the senators, the US senators as well as the state senators. And that's how we get a bulk of the money to be able to pay for that project. We were able to get it in the appropriations bill with Senator Shaheen. So we get the $450,000 to be able to pay for the equipment. And then we were able to use like some of our ARPA funding. We got some money additional money from the county, et cetera, to be able to fund the whole project. So like I said, from soup to nuts, within 12 to 14 months, you know, and now all of those communication pieces are all up and running. So I think that's pretty good for, you know, for government to move that quick. So I was proud of that project.
Mark, I think you're up.
Yeah, given the size, location, demographics of our community, what do you consider to be key issues? And what actions would you take to address them?
I'm not sure what the key issues are.
Well, what do you consider
Well-
the key issues,
I think.
given the size and location and demographics?
Yeah.
Okay. Looking at that, one is your economic development. It's small business that you're really looking at, getting in here. It's not anything big. The other thing is you've got the bike trails. Do you also have the snow machine trails as well?
The one now?
Snow
To
machine-
some extent, they are permitted to a good extent. A lot of a good amount of the trails are regulated by DCR, our
Okay.
Department of Conservation. So a lot of the land in town is kind of outside of what we're allowed to make any determinations on. They
Okay.
do allow snowmobiling to a greater extent than they do any dirt bikes or four-wheelers, just for, you know,
Okay.
because you're not, you know, ripping up the dirt.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. So, you know, looking at the trails,
Mhm.
that's a big seller, especially when you're looking at appealing to the people who enjoy more non-motorized sports. So doing that along with the hiking, et cetera, that's a tourist draw that you can get in here.
Yeah, we kind of building up mountain biking now, some of those trails.
Yeah. Do you have a cycling club here?
There is a group that comes together, kind of a trails group. It's not part of the town itself. It's independent of the town.
Right.
But yes, there is a trails mountain biking group.
Okay, yeah, because I just find when you're looking at trying to accomplish things and you're looking at trying to bring in different groups and what you're trying to do, you have, the town can't do everything. So if you pull in those groups, they can certainly help to propel you a lot quicker in what it is that you're looking for and what it is you want to do. We had a number of cycling and hiking trails. Of course, we were on the Appalachian Mountain Trail, so, but that's one thing that I think if you're looking at getting into the more nature thing, that's what you would want to promote. Now, you also have water around here.
Yes.
how's your water sports?
Limited. A lot of the water around here goes into different watersheds.
Okay,
And all protected.
There's
all right.
there are some possible areas that we could develop for access to water areas, but it's not something that's been done to any significant extent.
Okay, yeah, because that's another thing too that can be looked at as far as like getting like your kayakers, your canoers.
Mhm.
Kayaking is certainly pretty big. Franklin, New Hampshire, they built a special kayak, kind of like a trail in the river where they can pump the water in and they can bring it up to class 4. Which, you know, you really gotta be highly specialized to be able to kayak through those class 4. But they were looking at the same thing, trying to bring in.
Brings a lot of people in with a classroom.
Right, and they have like a festival around it, you know, when it first opens in the spring. So doing different things like that, and again, too, that was working with another group.
Yep.
There's a gentleman that I've worked with in the past, and actually used to be the head of economic development for the state of New Hampshire, Stu Arnett. Stu worked with the town of Franklin on that, and he's got his own company now, and he's very, very good at helping towns if they really want to look at how do we want to move forward as far as economic development. Stu is really great as far as that goes. So I know up north we've used him as well, so, yeah.
I think the next question is mine. What do you view as the primary role of the town administrator in this Massachusetts town?
I think that when you're looking at the town administrator, they're kind of like the face for the town, going out there. I think one of the most important things is, again, even for the townspeople, keeping that door open all the time. I did that with Gorham, and sometimes you get people who aren't happy, and sometimes you get people who come in because they are happy. But when they're not happy, I think that's real important to sit and listen. What I typically do with that, because that does happen, when they come in, I just sit and listen fully to them, because the first thing is they want to be heard. So I hear them. Then I reach for the pen and paper. And what I do at that point is I start reiterating what they've told me, because I want to make sure whatever it is that I'm writing down, I have it correctly. Once I have down everything on what their complaint is, I make sure I have their phone number so I can get a hold of them, their email, however they prefer to be contacted. And I like contacting people within a week. Even if I don't have an answer yet, I still want to contact them in a week so they know that I haven't forgotten about them.
Let me just ask a little bit more specifically, I think. What I'm looking for is, in Massachusetts, there's lots of rules and regulations about everything.
No.
And so
Same thing in New Hampshire.
yeah. So I'm just saying, how would you familiarize yourself with how Massachusetts would require the town administrator to function?
The Massachusetts Municipal Association,
Well,
They're-
whoever promulgates the legislation, which would be our legislative folks.
right,
And unlike New Hampshire, which just meets some of the time, our legislative groups are full-time.
okay. But the Massachusetts Municipal Association, they're very good in being able to interpret what's going on with the RSAs. They have a legal department,
Mm-hmm.
so being able to reach out to them and talk to them. The other thing is too, just reading the RSAs
Mm-hmm.
and looking at them. And most importantly is whenever you want to do anything, you want to make sure you have clarity with those RSAs. So the first place I would look at would be the MMA, because I'm taking it that we're a member.
Definitely.
So if we're a member, you have that benefit of being able to use them as a resource. So that would be one of the first places that I would go.
Well, do you feel that there would be some specific legislation in Massachusetts that you would have to familiarize yourself with in order to come in and assume the position of town administrator?
Yes, I would take a look at how everything has to be done according to the state of Massachusetts, elections, all the voting, town warrants. I know I did look at yours in the book, but I would want to know why they're set up that way. And then the other thing too, when you're looking at petitions that are going in there, what are the formalities on petitions here in Massachusetts as compared to
You're right.
New Hampshire? Because I know in New Hampshire, to get on the warrant, you have to have at least 25 signatures of the town. But it's got to be voting people, and yeah, and they have to be registered to vote, and they have to live.
So you don't feel any trepidation with saying, okay, whatever I was doing, I have to maybe retweak in order to function effectively in Massachusetts?
Sure,
Okay.
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah, and I knew that coming in,
okay.
yeah.
I just want to
Well-
make sure we
well
both
aware
know
of
that.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thanks,
that's fine.
thanks. John, I think you're up.
Yeah. So we often hear the words transparency and accountability in reference to municipal government. So I just want to know what those mean to you from a town administrator perspective.
People should be able to know what's going on within their town because they're paying the property taxes, and I know in New Hampshire we have RSA 91A. You have to, when people ask for information, you have
Yeah,
to give it
the
to
Freedom of
them.
Information Act.
That's right.
We have it as well.
That's right. So you have to do that. You have to provide clarity. And I think a town report does a lot of that as well, because you're looking at publishing your budget and what's going on. And if there was any shortage over the year, that's published in there. If there was an overage that's gonna be going into the fund balance,
Right.
that's in there as well. So there is a lot of public information, and sometimes when people ask those questions, they can be guided to those sources. If it's something deeper than that, then, one of the things you have to do, I would have to do, is alert you that there seems to be an issue, so you know something is going on, and that I'm gonna have to delve a little deeper and see what it is that you want me to release and do about it. It all depends on the situation,
Mhm. And so that's a lot with the accountability, to the people through that transparency. What about accountability, say for departments, department heads, and even accountability for yourself?
With the way that I work, and the person that I am, I'm an open book. One of the things I was known for in the town of Gorham is for being blunt. At times it was a blessing, at times it was a curse. But the department heads always knew where they stood with me, and I always want to know where I stand with them. It's got to be open. Both doors have to be open, because if they're not going to be open with me, I can't help them.
Yeah.
I can't help them. I can't let you know that there's a problem somewhere if they're not telling me. So I know coming in, the biggest thing that's going to happen is building the trust with those department heads. That's the biggest thing when somebody comes in. And with you, so yeah, I do exactly what it is I say I'm going to do. So I have no hidden agenda. If there's anything at all going on, I'll bring it up. I'm not shy that way.
Okay, so I've
So-
got the next question. Did you have?
Yeah, just one
follow-up?
more follow-up on
Sure.
that. So, let's say someone was, refusing to be open with you, someone who, a department head or something like that. How would you address that? I know you're saying you can build trust over time, but if there's information you need, what would you do to address that problem?
Yeah, well, I would ask them,
Mhm.
what is the issue? Why can't you tell me? If I don't know what the problem is, we can't fix it.
Mhm.
you know? So if there's some sort of issue that they don't want to come forward with, that is a problem. The other thing is, what I always did is I visited departments,
Mhm.
and I would go there, there's no warning. I gotta get out of the office, I need a few minutes, hey, I'm going to see, you know, DPW supervisor. And that's what I do, hey, how you doing? What's going on here today? And that's how I work things over there.
Yeah.
And then if there was some sort of problem going on, I'd kind of hear about it because it was there.
Yeah.
You know? And I think that's the way you kind of stay on top of it. And the other thing is too, again, by going out, by being with them, they know that you care about what's going on and what the issues are.
Great.
Okay. Please describe the most difficult experience you have had during your professional career. And then looking back, would you have handled it differently? What did you learn from this experience? And how have you grown as a result of that experience?
Probably, I want to say the biggest problem I had was working sometimes with a group where we didn't see eye to eye. But keeping your personal, you've got to put your personal feelings aside and just be able to focus on the issue. And sometimes that can be really difficult because sometimes personalities don't always mesh. So you have to keep your eye on what the goal is, you know. And in the end, that's what the important thing is. So the personality is going to be like set aside. So I think that's one of the biggest things, and that's happened. It happens, you know, it can happen quite often, you know, in life where just the personalities just don't mesh, you know. But if you can work beyond that, because sometimes too, I think it's probably a strong personality. I can be a strong personality. So when you have folks like that, you can really learn a lot from people like that. So that's the other thing too that I look at doing. So when we talked about, you know, when we talked about learning something new every day, sometimes it's just learning it from talking to people.
Thank you. I think it is Mark's turn.
If you could, please take a few minutes and tell us why you should be the next town administrator and what attributes set you apart from other candidates.
Okay, I think what I want to do is I want to take a look at that essay. Okay, you had me do an essay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I felt that essay really brought up like a lot of the questions that you have and the ways that you want to go on things. So when I was looking at that, different ways of doing things, looking at the town reports, getting me up to date on that, working with you and bringing me up to date. Also with the finance person, Susan, the administrative assistant, Sandra. It's Sandra, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you. Working with her because you've been around for quite a while. 5 years. Yeah, so you're gonna know like a lot of history and methods of madness. Yeah, so that's what I usually look at, is the methods of madness, because there's gotta be a reason why somebody does something the way that they do. But the other thing I like doing too is my leadership style is to help people succeed. I like seeing my department heads succeed and excel.
What if their idea of success is not yours?
Well, everybody's idea is different. So, and for instance, was in this essay here, Phil, the fire chief, who was also the EMS director,
Mhm.
he wanted to be able to have a night crew.
Yep.
So in order to be able to have that night crew, you know, we needed a few things, and one of those things was, all right,
Place
where's
to
the
sit.
revenue
Yep.
that's gonna support that?
Mhm.
So Phil came out with a plan. You know, he kind of put something together when we first talked, and I'm like, well, Phil, where's your revenue? Well, I think we'll do this and this. I said, well, you can't think. I said, how about you do this? You go back and you look 5 years, and you look at, you know, how many transfers you get calls for, how many you couldn't take.
Mhm.
Those transfers, you can make money on those. And then how many other regular calls that you couldn't do because you didn't have staff or et cetera. So we went and looked at that, and we were able to figure out that if we did put on a night crew, we would be able to pay for it.
Mhm.
So, and I just like pushed Phil with these different questions. I was able to give him some numbers information, and he did a great job at putting together this beautiful report, and letting the select board also know of how many grants he's written and gotten. He was just phenomenal in that. He didn't I don't think he recognized how smart he was.
Mhm.
So he put this together. I said, Phil, you're ready to present it to the select board. He did the presentation to the select board. First time out. Yep, go for it. So it became part of the budget. It went in, because of course for us it was, you know, October time, when we're starting out our budget. So, and that was really fantastic. I mean, Phil was just so proud of himself, you know, that he got that. And I'd go over to the fire station and visit, because they were putting in overnight bunkers, you know, for the night crew that would be there. So I think that's really important, is looking at that and encouraging folks to do that sort of thing. And also looking at the strategy of being able to work with people. It's understanding their concerns. And that's really important, is getting the information. I don't know everything. I don't think anybody knows everything. So I really like picking people's brains. And I do that with all the department heads, because they're the ones who are gonna know best on what's going on. So that's what I like doing as well, is picking that out and asking them what they think about things.
Mhm.
Especially come time for the budget. You know, what are they looking at? How's the replacement schedule going? You know, what else should we be looking at on this replacement schedule? Is there something that isn't included here that should be included? So really just trying to nail all of that down. Oh, in the budgets too. I've had 3 years of experience with municipal budgets, but I've also done other budgets. I've done a lot of volunteer work with nonprofits. Always ended up on the finance committee for some reason, working on those budgets, as well as when I was at North Country Council, which was the regional planning and economic development entity for Coos, Carroll, and Grafton counties. So there's 3 different counties, which basically takes care of the northern part of the state. I did the budget for that as well. That was a lot of grant funding. It was all grant funding, really. We got a small stipend from the state of New Hampshire from them, but we had a big contract with DOT, had a good relationship with DOT, had a good relationship with them as well, with the town. And that's really important, especially when you're looking at the 10-year plans, et cetera, that the state DOT usually puts together, because you want to make sure that if there's anything that's going to be coming up, that you get that on those plans with the state, with DOT. And they can be your best buddy, you know, when it looks like getting things done. and getting different projects underway. So, and there's funding there too with the regional planning commissions for different things. So when you had talked about like the bicycle thing, we had funding that was in there that we had gotten from DOT for bike ped paths within the towns. So, I mean, reaching out to the regional planning commission is really important. If you're looking at doing economic development, pulling them in on it. The economic development, from what I can see, is volunteers from the town, but I really think that other people, other entities need to be brought in, because that's where you're gonna get that synergy in that group that's meeting. That's where you're gonna get the ideas, and that's where you're gonna get stuff done, because those people are gonna know other people that they can call and they can pull from. So that's really gonna work. SBA, my friend Mike Lasik just left. He was the head for the New England district, and now he's going off on a private entity thing. So anyway, I'm looking at meeting with his replacement. So getting SBA involved as well, and seeing what sources there are there that we can use to help small business get started. So when you're looking at economic development, that's a real biggie. I did have experience as well with state government, state of New Hampshire, with economic development. I was in the procurement department. I did procurement there for 3 years, but I was also cross-trained as a business retention specialist. So there was a lot of work I did there. And federal correctional facility got built up there in Berlin. I was on the board for that, trying to get that in, because once the paper mills closed, that was our main bread and butter. We have to revamp our economy, and that was one of the things that we did, was we were able to bring in that federal correctional facility, recession-proof jobs don't go anywhere. It's a $12 million annual payroll that comes into the community and the surrounding area. Hasn't really been any problems. They're great to work with. I was on the community relations board with them for a number of years, plus worked at getting it up and working with the small businesses in town on how they do business with the Fed, the state, and municipalities. So,
Thanks.
yeah, so there's a lot there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark, you have a follow-up at all?
No.
I think I'm up next with, what do you feel is most appropriate? A public manager who is a visionary and a leader of the parade, or a manager who works quietly to achieve the goals of the political establishment?
I think you have to be both.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to be both.
All right.
Because you gotta be able to juggle those balls, but you also have to be able to go out there and say, hey, how you doing? And be like a normal person.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's important.
Right. Okay, well, thank you.
So what does community development mean to you? And I know you've kind of touched on that a bit already, but how would you get involved in our community? And if you have any other examples of your previous community involvement?
Sure. I was on the United Way board for 20 years. So that I really enjoyed. I'm not sure if there's gonna be like some sort of United Way around here that's taking care of this area. And they're a good resource too, especially for town welfare. United Way is a great one to work with for resources for that. I also worked on, we had a small college, community college. I was on the health board for that, the health recommendation board. I also worked, currently I'm still on the Coos County Economic Development Corporation. board, what we do is we help small businesses get going, entrepreneurs get started. We have different resources for them. So we do like QuickBooks classes, you know, how do you take care of your books? What are the resources out there for you? We help team them up with banks and getting them loans. We also do like small grants, so I'm heavily involved with that. I'm on the loan committee, the finance committee and nominations committee. I've been on that board since 2018. And, you know, community relations board for the federal correctional facility, I was on that. I've stayed pretty active within the community. And that's something that I would also do here, is look and see, you know, what entities are around here that I could get involved with. And what I like about that is I get to meet different people, and I get to hear what their concerns are. So, you know, once you're sitting with people for a while and you're working on this board, people open up, they tell you things, you know? So that's how you can find out different things. And working on those boards too, I think that's really important towards helping the town with whatever it is that they want. Because again, that person that you know from that board knows somebody else who has an answer to your question, or can help provide some sort of service to be able to get you what it is that you need. So relationships are really important. They're the number one thing.
Mark, I think you're up again.
Yeah, in the workplace, like teamwork, how would you encourage it, and how would you get your staff to promote teamwork in the departments? And how do you deal with a subordinate that is not a team player?
Okay. Department head meetings, at least once a month. Those are important. Usually like around Robin, everybody talks about what it is that they got going, what's going on. It's a great way for everybody to touch base. One thing I found is like the rec director, for instance. If there's some sort of, you know, program or something that he wants to go on, and he'd like to have a street blocked, you know, for that particular event, well, guess what? The chief of police is sitting there. Oh, okay. So, you know what I mean? All those different things can get done. And I think it works really, really well at keeping everybody in touch. And then especially too, like DPW, because they gotta get out there with, you know, blockade things, you know, letting people know, hey, no, this is off. And a lot of times in those meetings, you never know what can come up and things that can come out of it. But the team thing, I'm all about the team thing. That's why I pulled together that group, that team, to be able to work on that communications issue with the new repeater. So, yeah, I like teamwork, because not one person knows everything, but if you get a group of people in together, like I said, you can really
Because the
have
last part of
a-
his thing was, how do you deal with a person who's not a team player, regardless of your meetings?
Yeah, well, the rec director wasn't a good team player. So it was good to have him at those meetings, because he had to contribute, because everybody else was contributing. And I noticed the difference in him after, it took almost a year, but he became a lot more open and was willing to talk and ask about more things, and not keeping so much in. The other thing that happened that hurt him as well was his assistant leaving. So his support person was gone, so with that support person gone, he had to reach out to other people. So, and everybody stayed open to him, you know? There wasn't any any backlash or anything, because he was standoffish, but, yeah. So it ended up working out pretty well.
Okay, it looks like I'm up again here. What happens when your opinion on a given subject differs from the governing body? I guess that would be us. What if during a board meeting, a motion is made to enter a non-public session, executive session, but based on your experience and training, you believe that the subject is not exempt from the open meeting law? How would you proceed?
Well, first of all, there's gotta be a reason why you want that meeting, you want that portion of the meeting non-public.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this goes back to method of madness.
Mm-hmm.
There's gotta be a method of madness as to why somebody on the board wants that non-public.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't argue it. I may have that idea in my head that, geez, this doesn't really seem that way, but there's gotta be something going on, some sort of underlying reason.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I wouldn't question that.
Okay, thank you. Think this is you again, John?
Yes. So this kind of ties back to a little bit of what you were saying earlier, but can you describe the town administrator's role and relationship with department heads specifically, and how you would establish the leadership position, but promote communication across departments? I know you've touched on that a bit already.
Having those monthly meetings, department head meetings, is really important, so we can let each other know what's going on, and at the same time, like I said, it's a way to be able to communicate whether recreation is having something going on, or the library's having some sort of event, you know, because then everything can be coordinated between, you know, fire, police, DPW, everybody can know what's going on. So that's really important.
What if I didn't come? I was a department head, I didn't come.
Sometimes there was something going on, somebody couldn't come.
No, I just didn't come. And I didn't come the next time either.
Oh, well, okay.
I mean,
You go-
as the town administrator, what would you do? How do you engage that kind of person?
I go visit.
Okay, okay.
I go visit.
And just visit? Just say, hey,
Yeah.
let's have a Coke together? or-
Yeah, kind of. You gotta make it friendly,
Yeah.
you know, if you want to get an answer. So, yeah, no, so they knew. If they didn't talk to me, or they didn't come to a meeting,
You were coming to
the
see
word
them.
got out. Yeah, yeah.
You may as well come because she's coming down. Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. I think you're up, Mark.
Yeah. What do you think of the top challenges facing municipal officials today? What actions would you take to ensure the town government is effectively prepared to face these challenges over the next 5 years?
I know a couple of the big issues that we had up north is 91A requests.
I don't know what that is.
It's a request for information.
Oh, a Freedom of Information Act, a
Yeah.
FOIA request.
Yeah. Sometimes, well, we had a couple of townsfolks, and it's getting to the point where certain members of the town employees were spending more time on those requests than what they were doing on their job. And it was mostly a paper chase, but we had to do it anyway.
Mhm,
So that's where we worked with our attorney on that,
mhm.
and trying to get that reduced so it wasn't frivolous.
Mhm,
They had to be specific.
mhm.
It couldn't be really
Yeah.
broad on that. So that was one of the things. The other thing was to, like you, economic development. Like I said, we had 2 paper mills. We had about 2,000 employees
Mhm.
between both mills. We had a pulp mill, which people will come and visit, and they said it stunk. I said it was the smell of money,
Mhm.
you know, because people were working. The small mill in Gorham is still making paper, but that staff has shrunk from about 600 down to about 100 people.
Mm.
So looking at changing that. You guys are a little bit different here, and in some ways you're lucky, because sometimes if you build it, they will come. So in Coos County, it ended up where we had a number of trails that were built, snow machine trails as well as ATV trails. So there'd be ATVs in the summer, snow machine in the winter. About 1,000 miles of trails just in Coos County.
It's a lot of trails.
Yeah. So
Are those managed and maintained by the state?
the state, the clubs,
Okay.
okay, we do that. I was on the Chamber of Commerce Board, and we worked at redeveloping the economy, and that was one of the things that was starting to go a bit crazy, was this ATV craze. So we jumped on it. It's had its blessings and curses, where we've gotten people who have come, a lot of them from Massachusetts actually, have come up, bought second homes. So they're older. What's happening is they're paying their property taxes, they pay the water and sewer bill, but they're not really sucking down services like education or, like trash, things like that, because they're only, they're only there on the weekend, they're either summer or winter people. So we've gotten that, but then you have the people that are against motorized sports.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have.
I saw
that.
you roll your eyes.
Yeah, you got that battle. Well, like I said, if you build it, they will come,
Come,
right?
yeah, right.
Well, be careful what you build. So, but in a way though, we've had a lot of recognition. Polaris,
Mm-hmm.
they called us, they heard about us,
Mm-hmm.
and they called us and said, hey, we want to have Camp Razor over there. And we want to have, we're bringing up Big and Rich and Cowboy Troy, or whatever the heck his name is.
Yep.
Anyway, they brought the three of them up. Yeah,
Yeah.
this was a big thing. It was a whole weekend.
Yeah.
They gave away 4 razors.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and they did it 2 years in a row.
Mhm.
And now they're talking about coming back. They want to come back.
Now you have to have it snow.
Yeah. Well, the festival's in August.
Oh,
The
no.
first weekend in August. So, so that was great getting recognition from, a national company that comes like that. Progressive was a huge sponsor, and they came to us. We didn't go to them. I mean, a lot of these big names came to us. So that kind of said something about the work that the chamber was doing,
Mhm.
our board was doing. But again, you still had the people who were against the motorized sports.
Right.
And they brought suit against the town of Gorham and the state of New Hampshire, Department of Resources. And,
Mhm.
yeah.
So managing disagreements is one of the challenges for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I
Absolutely.
guess I have a last question for you. If you.
Before we get to that,
Oh,
if I could just jump in with.
Oh, sure, John, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Oh, no worries. Just if you could talk a little about what experience you have in administering various grant programs and successes that you've had in attaining grants for different projects.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, with North Country Council of Regional Planning and Development, Economic Development District, those were mainly they were all grants. Because we'd get a stipend from the state of New Hampshire for like $13,000. So all the financial reporting, and this was to New Hampshire DOT. We would get money from Tillotson, which is part of the charitable foundation. We would also get some federal funding. So all of that financial reporting, I would put together all the finance reporting. My partner would put together the narrative that would go with that. With the town of Gorham, I had to do all the ARPA, all the federal reporting for the money. State, a lot of times I ended up working with Phil, the fire chief, on that, because Phil did a lot of got a lot of grants for a lot of stuff. SCBA's, a new compressor for the fire station. So we were able to get a lot of stuff, for free. So all that reporting, and that was another good thing too. because it has you working with somebody else.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So Phil and I would work
Yeah.
together, you know, at doing those, and we'd review each other's work. So that worked out really well. So, yeah,
So you'd certainly be comfortable with finding grants, working with department heads to get the information
yes.
that needed and together to, not let them all
Yeah.
pass by.
Yeah, well, you know, and funny thing is, it kind of like if you build it, they will come. Well, sometimes if you build it, they don't come. Okay? Well, because we had a need for paramedics up there,
Mhm.
all right? So I got a hold of people I knew at the Charitable Foundation and said, hey, we need paramedics. Would you be willing to pay the cost of the schooling for one of our, you know, for anybody who wanted to go with the town of Gorham or anybody else in the North Country, if they would go for paramedic and stay with the entity for at least 3 years, or, you know, if they stayed for a year or whatever it was, after they got their paramedic, then they have to pay back some of that scholarship money
Mhm.
to the entity.
Mhm.
Yep, they were good with that. We couldn't get anybody. Nobody wanted to do it
Hmm.
because it involved travel.
Mhm.
Because we were up north, they'd
Yeah.
have to travel like 2 hours south to be able
Right,
to get to
right.
classes,
Right,
plus still work,
right.
you
Yep.
know? So, yeah, so sometimes you can see a need, and I think that's the important thing, you look at the need, but if you don't have anybody who's willing to buy in,
Yeah.
you know, that isn't good, but other cases, some things work, so,
Great.
yeah.
Good. So I guess one of our last questions is, if you're the successful candidate for this position, when would you be available to begin work?
I could start work in 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
I'm working temporarily right now. I had a friend call me, so I'm helping out doing some finance stuff at a local nursing home,
Uh-huh.
because they're having a hard time getting people. And I told her I'd give her a couple of weeks' notice,
Okay.
even though it's a temp thing to keep me busy. So, yeah, and then a week to come down here, because I can stay temporarily with my friend,
Okay.
but I'd be looking to get a place over here, because I
Right.
like I said, I like being involved in the community, and I can't really do that if I'm living a little ways
Munster.
away.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and I know there's a lot of night meetings and things like that.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, and I don't mind those, I love municipal work, so, yeah, so I'd really want to be here in Barre. So I
Okay.
might need some assistance at trying to find a place.
Mhm.
Doesn't have to be the perfect place to start out, but,
Right.
you know, as long as it's something.
Okay, so what questions do you have for the select board?
Well, a couple I've asked already,
Okay.
you know, like about about how many unions that you have here. I guess the other thing I was looking at too is the school. Your budget, when I was looking at that, is that inclusive of the schools?
No, the budget that you see is an assessment from the regional school district. So there's 5 towns that feed into the regional school district. Barre is one of the 5. Pays approximately 38% of the operational costs.
Okay,
Okay, what's not paid for by the state, the towns are responsible for, and that formula obviously is based upon enrollment,
right,
you know, so.
right. Yeah, they come up with a formula.
Yeah, and the state has what we call a statutory requirement formula. So there's a minimum local contribution, all kinds of, you know, twists and turns that the state puts on the district, and then the number comes out, you know, at the end, because obviously most of the school districts are somewhat supported by the state in Massachusetts.
Okay, but do you have a school here, K through 8th, right?
No, it's K, actually, the Quabbin Regional School District is pre-K to 22.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and that is all managed by the Quabbin Regional School
Okay.
District, an elected school committee from the 5 towns.
Okay.
You
All
just
right.
get, I mean, as a selectman, we don't have any responsibility for managing that, the district. The district is a separate political entity. Elected people, so we just get the assessment. And obviously, we tried working with the schools to try to have reasonable accommodations for financing, of course.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and sometimes too, IEPs.
Oh, well, yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah, yeah, it can be, it can be. Police 24/7,
Yes, we
that's
do.
terrific.
Yep.
Yeah, we had the same thing in Gorham, and like I said, I really like that it's in here.
It's not here, it's actually in a public safety
Is
building. Yeah,
Oh, it
It
moved?
used to be.
yes, it used to be
Yeah.
here.
Oh, okay, all right, well, we'll have to take it off the sign then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm working on
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. The fire department, now with the two stations, so the two stations, there's one I made.
Well, one's a satellite station which really houses the vehicles. We have our acting fire chief here.
Oh,
Our other fire chief is deployed, so,
Yeah,
This
we
is-
have about, sorry.
oh, go ahead,
go-
James,
go ahead.
please.
Full-timers, we're 24, we do 24s. The two stations, one's more of a call station, and then our headquarters is where we go staff overnight.
okay. Is that where they have the EMS as well?
Yeah, well, technically, we have, it's a long story. We have like 3 stations.
Oh,
We have,
okay.
well, the ambulance is here, but we have another ambulance at our public safety facility, which is the
Oh, okay,
police station.
all right.
We have wonderful dreams of, we've done a feasibility study for constructing a fire station. And obviously, that would take a lot of financing and work with grants and so forth. So that is something that we have a feasibility study for, have a couple different options of where it would be located and so
Okay.
forth. And lots of work to do to try to get the funding that would make it affordable to the town. So that would be
Ah.
definitely grant dependent.
Yeah. What about solar power?
Solar power, we probably need to put in our public safety building. We need to put portico, for,
Well, like with this new building you're doing?
well, we have the relatively new public safety building we should use solar power there. We haven't done it yet, we use splits, but we
Okay.
really need to do a little more solar work down in the public safety building where the police are now located,
Okay.
and one ambulance.
All right, because there's a couple of contacts that I have for that, and I know we had 2 projects in Gorham. One is within construction, which was, part of it was on the elementary school property, and then the other's gonna be over at, down by DPW, and we were able to get that for just about zip.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so, yeah, that's something I definitely, and the thing is too, I mean, it can just save the town so much money in electrical costs,
It sure can.
so, yeah, I'd definitely be looking at that. But, yeah, I get a hold of my connection there. And then the dispatch with Rutland, I'm guessing that's gonna work the same way, right? It's like with the
It's a-
school,
it-
depending on
it-
the call volume?
It's an intergovernmental services agreement that we have. There's a number of towns that are, serviced from the Rutland area. And we pay a fee that's negotiated and predicated on some variables that I'm not sure I could tell you off the top of my head. And they provide us with that dispatch service.
Okay,
But a number of towns, Warren is in it, we're in it, Hubbardston is in it.
Okay.
Yeah, Ocam, all the, a bunch of little towns
Yeah.
regionalizing that service.
yeah.
It is a bit different from the way the school operates,
Yeah.
those regional agreements, because we have
Yes.
other ones too where we provide ambulance service to portions of other towns as well. And those agreements are a little
Different.
more,
You're right.
negotiated between the towns, not,
Right.
established quite like the school is.
Do you have them on an annual basis, or do you?
Usually we have a 2 or 3 year, contract that's between and among the towns. And those have a cost and also regulations on what the service delivery pattern will
Yeah.
be, must be, so.
Yeah, we, when I was there, I was able to get it changed, so it was a 5-year.
Yeah.
And we ended up with a significant increase because, for the others, because we weren't really charging what we should have been charging. Gorham was paying to like subsidize the other towns that we were, and the unincorporated townships that we were covering.
Yeah,
So, so I looked at those costs.
yeah.
So, the master plan,
It's you, John.
Yes. So, yeah, we are working on a master plan right now. We have a master plan committee together. Phase 1 is funded through a grant, and Phase 2, well, we just applied for a grant to try and continue the funding for Phase 2. It's something that I think will, kind of set some direction for the town. Hopefully it doesn't end up on a shelf.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
so that's something that the community, is really coming together. We've had some great events to get input from the community. I think, some of the stuff you touched on with the recreational aspects, that's certainly, a part of it we're looking at, and the economic development's a huge part of it.
yeah.
So that's in the works through our regional planning commission.
And I think too, when you bring in somebody from the
Mhm.
sometimes they look around and the way they see different things, it's different than what you may see it as, just because you've been sitting here looking at it all the time, And that's one of the things that I found, and I had been born and brought up in that region, so bringing somebody from outside is
Helpful.
really, yeah.
Can be.
And I
Some
mean,
new
I'm from
perspective.
outside, so
Mhm.
I'm gonna have different ideas on
Right.
different things, and,
Mhm.
Right.
I'm willing to share those and see how it goes, so. The zoning officer, building commissioner and zoning officer, so.
He's a regional employee. We don't employ him as a single standalone. He's employed by a number of towns and
Okay.
provides services for those towns. We just be, obviously, just one of them. So he is only here a number of days and hours a week.
Okay, all right, yeah, that works out well. Okay, yeah, those were just some of the questions that I had. I hope I get the opportunity to come here because it sounds pretty exciting, like you guys are on the cusp of
But we're on the cusp, all right.
Yeah,
Well-
we're at a bit of a
No,
crossroads.
but you're moving towards it,
Yeah.
which I think is absolutely great,
Yeah.
And you do have a lot of people involved, because in looking at that annual report, I mean, I was amazed at the names. I mean, there was some names that were repeated, but there was still a lot of different names in there.
The only thing that we would tell you is that we will be deliberating about this matter and concluding and making an offer, which would be subject to, obviously, a background check and so forth for the successful candidate on Monday. So
Okay.
we hope to make a reasonably quick decision and begin to, let the interviewees know, what the decision was and move on from there within probably the next 5 or 6 days.
Oh, terrific,
Okay.
terrific, yeah.
Well, it was
I hope
wonderful.
I get to work down here.
Hey, it was a wonderful opportunity to meet you, and I hope you have a safe journey back to Leominster, which will take you about 40 minutes, I would say, from here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably,
yeah, so drive safely.
yeah,
It's
I
a
will.
it's a dark road.
Yeah, I know. Well, and the thing is, it's fall, beginning of fall.
Yes,
so
it
you
is,
gotta
huh?
look out, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Watch
You're
out,
used to that up there.
yeah.
I am.
Watch out
You got
for
any moose down here?
a few, but
Oh,
not
yeah.
as many
Oh,
as
sure,
you.
one time.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, dude.
I followed one right down 122 I was right in my lane for quite a while, just trotting down the road.
Oh, well, anyway, hopefully you don't see any of those tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
I hope not.
Well, thanks very much for coming
Thank
down.
you. Oh, thank you. It
Appreciate
was so
the
nice
opportunity to
meeting you.
meet you.
Oh, yeah, take care.
It's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Sandra, thank you for having patience with me today. Well, yeah, today. Thank you. Hi, I'm Kathy. Nice to meet you.
If you're the successful candidate, you'll know him.
I'm a citizen taxpayer.
Oh, okay, all right.
I guess an interested citizen.
Very interested citizen.
Yes. No, that's good.
Dedicated.
It's good. It's good.
Thanks very much.
Hi there.
No more accolades.
Wish you the best luck.
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We don't think it's
take
gonna
care.
last too much longer.
No, I don't think so.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I would suspect our business being concluded for the evening, unless people have some comments or concern or a question that they would like Greg or myself to pursue, we would be prepared to adjourn.
I would move to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion made to move to adjourn. Second. We have a motion made and seconded to adjourn. It's non-debatable. Those in favor?
Aye.
And you can tell